Hi everyone. I'm here, but I'm doing a little bit of extra setup, so it'll be a little bit longer than usual. But we're gonna be starting soon. Okay, I just realized. Oh my god. I didn't realize we've been sitting here for 20 minutes. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I really should have done this work before, and I just completely forgot to do it while I was doing other stuff today. Procrastinating is fun. Yeah. I had planned to get extra questions ready and, like, bring up content and, like, music and stuff beforehand, and I completely forgot. Like, I planned to, and I just didn't. So, here we are. Let me fade this in. Here we are. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Alright. Oh, here we go. Alright. Big stretch.
Big stretch.
Stretch.
I always like doing that with my character on screen.
Yeah. Also, hi, Will Kayak. Yeah, such is life. It's just how I function. That's how this thing goes. Alright. So, the whole purpose of this stream is to reflect on a bunch of games that we played in the past, and things that we are playing right now, and things that we might play or will play, or, you know, like, things that are coming up that we're excited for. And so we're going to start from the top, because I have the questionnaire here, and it's going to help lead us through this fucking roller coaster that I'm sure this stream's going to end up being.
Alright.
Okay. So, you like Persona, specifically Persona 5, from what I've heard.
Yes.
What you've told me.
So, so I've been a relative newcomer to Persona as a series. Like, I only played Persona 5, and that's in large part because of not just its, like, design and just having very bold aesthetics, but also in the music. And just, like, like, when I first encountered Persona 5 as this, like, big RPG, and like, I've always enjoyed RPGs, like, ever since, literally, my first video game that I played was actually Pokemon Blue, which, despite, like, I mean, Pokemon is an RPG, like, it's given the veneer of, like, oh, having monsters and things to have friends and do battle, but it's an RPG, like, a very traditional turn-based RPG with a lot of the numbers and everything just hidden.
Yeah.
So, shifting back to Persona, like, when I first saw it and saw, like, the distinct visuals and heard some of the music, and especially Last Surprise, and I believe the one that's has the rainy theme also tied to it is, I believe, called Beneath the Mask.
Oh, yeah. Like the main theme you hear in, like, the bar.
Yes. It's the main theme that you hear in the bar, and especially because it doesn't just have the regular version, it also has the rainy time version. And so
I can just pull up the key art.
In truth be told, I still need to purchase the Royal version, as I had originally played the...
I'm the same way.
Yeah, as I played the original, like, before the Royal version even came out, and before I even understood that, like, the Persona series has this tradition of having a, like, mastered version.
Yeah, like a master release, yeah. Yeah, I initially got into Persona with Persona 4 Gold on the Vita, because I had never heard of Persona before that, but I was just like, this seems like a really good title. It's like one of the only things that's on the system. I might as well get it. And God, I spent probably, like, I knew, like, just from searching it up, I knew that it was a really long game because it said like, oh, 120 hours to beat. I was like, oh my god. I had never played an RPG that was that long before. And yeah, I bit into it pretty hard. I think I got to like the bathhouse dungeon. And then I think when I stopped was I found, I guess technically spoilers for Persona 4, I don't know what specifically it was, but in that dungeon there's a chest that has death inside of it, and if you kill it you get an ultimate weapon.
Ooh.
I didn't end up doing that, but I heard about that and I was just like, oh, that's cool, and then I went down a rabbit hole about all the Persona series, and then I ended up getting Persona 3 F, is it called FE or FS or CSFF? Whatever it is. I'll look it up in a second.
I think FE, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. And then I just went further down the rabbit hole. I got like the 3DS Persona Q, other stuff like that. And then when Persona 5 released, I played it for like 2 or 3 days, and then unfortunately just dropped it because that was the point at which like everything spiked with college and high school stuff.
Yeah, I can understand that. And
FES, yeah, that's
thankfully,
what it is.
FES. Okay. Yeah, sadly, I've not played Persona 3 or 4. I've heard that in some respects that they don't have some of the like filing off of the edges that Persona 5 did,
yeah, they are much rougher
things. So that's part of been why, like, despite loving Persona 5 and loving the time that I had with it, and like again, the aesthetics and music drew me in, but having the story and the characters help sell this kind of idealized, like, not life simulator, but just high school life that it had was also like very cute. And being an avid slice of life manga reader, and having never played any kind of like dating simulator or any of those style of very story driven and like choice based games, and despite like Persona 5 has a very bare bones way of doing it, with social links just being like, did you make the correct choice? Hooray! They like you even more and don't have to do.
Yeah, just like the tests and everything about how you raise your stats. It's just like, did you pass the skill check? Cool, you get the new thing.
And continue on. And it's a very RPG of like raising points to get better things. And like for me that really works because and again, like I mentioned before about growing up with RPGs and that being very much my bread and butter, it was very easy to be able to go into this and go, yeah, I understand this, I'm jive with it, and now I've actually gotten much more into visual novels because of it, such as with the Danganronpa series.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot I could unpack here, and we probably might over the course of this, but or over the course of the interview. But it is part of why I do love Persona 5 and why I still like feel that little bit of like sadness that I've not gotten around to playing the Royal version, as that's like this idealized version that's supposed to be like, you can even see on here with it being sparkling gold and having like all the characters and a new one of Kasumi, I think is her name. I forget.
Which one? Oh,
the new character added specifically to Royal.
Oh, heck, I don't remember. I'm gonna check. But yeah,
so
the characterization is very strong, the themes are very strong, and like not necessarily forced, but very ingrained. Makes sense.
Yeah, and a lot of that all stems from the central conceit of the Persona series being these shadows of the self, these aspects that are just not like that we try to hide from one another because we either feel that it's too taboo to talk about or that it is some kind of perceived failing on our part. There's a lot of strong theming from that central concept that they've made like Persona 3, 4, and 5. They've made 5 games out of this.
Yep.
Exact
Actually, oh man, let me look up the actual total for how many Persona games there are. There's so many.
Yeah, like if you also count like the Shin Megami Tensei and like
Oh yeah,
the
you're
other...
getting into the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that
Shin Megami
you get
Tensei
into
and Nocturne and all the other stuff.
Nocturne, and then you've got the even the bloody the dancing spin-offs that have been made.
Oh yeah, the dancing
still kind of
spin-offs and the
boggles my
fighting
mind.
games. Have you seen the I think is it the Persona 5 fighting game? Or is it 4? I think 4 was the last one they made. But there was a video on specifically, is his name Tatsumi? I don't remember his name. The batter. The guy with the baseball bat in Persona 3. Like all the character mechanics behind all of them, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's great.
Cool. Yeah, sadly I don't know much about Persona 3 and whatnot.
I'll check it up in a sec. Yeah, Persona mainline series, there are, oh god, let's see. Starting from the main games, we have 6 games, and then you have Arena and Arena Ultimax, which is Persona 4. So that's 2 more games that are specifically from Persona 4 spinoffs. And then Persona 5 Strikers is the action RPG. Which that's a completely different storyline, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
And then enhanced port releases, we have Shin Megami Tensei Persona, which is technically the first game, but there's another game called Megami Ibun Roku Persona, which is the actual first game in the series. And then you have Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment, which are PSP releases. And then Persona 3 FES, Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, and then Persona 5 Royal. And that's all the mainline games and all of the ports, and then that's not including the side games, which is like Dancing in the Moonlight and Persona Q, which is the what is it? Etrian Odyssey spinoff. The series is absolutely gigantic. And then you have all the manga, and then you have like, I'm pretty sure they also made
the animes that have been based on the game too.
Yeah, they have anime based on the games. They have there's live action Persona movies? What? There's CD dramas.
Oh, good lord.
There's physical events and concerts. They have side, like, collector magazines. My god.
Amazing.
There are movie adaptations of Persona 3 and Persona 4. Oh my god.
Excellent.
Yeah, and then
So
animation
you can
series,
very much
there's
see, like,
2 for Persona 5. Sorry.
mm,
Go ahead.
no, like, you can see just, like, how much history there is to this series and how much, like, for lack of a better word, Japanese jank there is in the history too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, having a mascot character in pretty much, like, I think every mainline Persona game probably by this point. Like with Persona 5 you had Morgana, in Persona 4 you had Teddy.
Yeah. I think. Well, no, wait. There's yeah, Persona 3 has Rocket. I don't know about 1 and 2. I know 1 is more Shin Megami Tensei style, like we're actually just straight up killing demons. That's our job. And we're stuck in a schoolhouse. Like that's I'm pretty sure what the original Persona is all about.
But yeah, so I have a lot of love for Persona 5, and I believe, let's see, let me double check on the exact release date because uh, yeah, September 2016. So that was pretty much right at the start of my like college career. Um, was when Persona 5 came out, and I then got into it. So yeah, it was one of the first games where I had the time to just go nuts with it, but also it was also at a very pivotal moment in my life because like when I had played a lot of RPGs um like in high school before I graduated and got to college, I had been in a very different emotional development time in my life where I did not like with a lot of the RPGs the intent and even in the name of role-playing game, it's meant to have that like embodying the character, being able to share in their highs and lows. And in a lot of games before that point in time, I had been very, I don't want to say emotionally closed off, but I was very much of that mindset of being just like no nonsense, like trying to be very logical in my choices and things, even though, like, even in being in high school, like, teenager hormones, like, you're never exact, and not having a fully developed frontal cortex and all that jazz.
Yeah, you're not entirely in your own faculties at that point yet.
Exactly. So, all in that vein, like, when I was in college, and especially in having the friends that I did at the time, to help me grow emotionally, this game and having that pseudo high school experience in a very idealized fashion.
Yeah.
It was a way of seeing like this is the kind of like camaraderie that you can get, and what I then tried to cultivate in college and ultimately succeeded in. And it is part of why I believe I have the friends and people that I do now is because of Persona 5. And a couple other games in that time period, which we can probably discuss further later on, but yeah, it's part of why it was so foundational for me and why I still believe it to be a favorite of mine.
Hell yeah. So you said you like games in this vein. Have you played like is it 9 or 5? I forget which one it is, but like 9 persons, 9 doors, 9 somethings. Yes. And like the AI Somnium Files, and there's another one that Flint's really into that I forget what it's called right now, but it's really good. Escape room type stuff.
The Nonary games, I believe.
Nonary games, that's what it was. Thank you.
Yes, so the Nonary games, which has specifically the game that you were talking about, 9 doors, 9 lives, 9 something. It has that. It also has another game tied into it, at least on Steam. And I did actually play that. And in fact, like I talked about a little bit before, of like of being able to like get into more visual novel stories. Like that was one of the first ones I picked up because I believe it had like a kind of lineage or like
it had
a similar Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's part of why I got into Nonary games, and then continued on into like Danganronpa.
Hell yeah. Okay, so you mentioned like the whole point of Persona is like interacting with and making bonds with characters. Who's your main like I don't want to say like
It's
character
Makoto.
crush?
It's Makoto.
Makoto.
Just straight up, it's Makoto. Um, so her being like just this straight-laced like student council president, like being very prim and proper, and her character arc in the game going from this person who gets assigned like to track down the Phantom Thieves since they're like somehow inside the school, and like try to basically stalk. I believe the protagonist's canonical name is Ren.
Mhm.
To basically stalk Ren, and you can like in the game see her like inside the halls, like holding up a book to her face and like sometimes looking over it and then looking back down, trying her best to be stealthy but not. And you don't even have to see it. Like it. Anyway,
Yeah.
she has this arc of being of stalking, getting into trouble, because of it, involving all of the crew, with a real life, or rather with a Yakuza member. Spoilers for Persona 5.
Yeah, I should figure like
And
blanket warning for this entire stream, there's going to be spoilers.
yep, the games we were talking about, which
Mm.
Persona 5. And having that moment where she then goes, to hell with this, like, good girl persona, I'm going to do what I want, and take, like, ownership of herself and be more assertive, and, like, I'm not gonna pussyfoot around it. I also enjoy the more explicit, domineering aspect of her,
Yeah.
and that whole deal. Like, I enjoy
She
that.
she is
It
actively
is
working to
an
become more of
aesthetic
an
for me.
individual. Yeah.
And yeah,
Hell yeah.
so she becomes much more assertive, much more like taking control of herself. And like, actually, as I'm saying this, I'm like recognizing more that, as I had talked before about being more straight-laced in high school, like I was in Boy Scouts, I was in ROTC, like
Mhm.
a lot of my growing up was regimented, but also with a very high expectation of excellence from me.
Right.
And so then being in college, seeing a very similar person and being this like ideal book smart woman that is able to then take charge of herself and be very much a I don't want to say brains of the operation, because that's really what the character
Futaba.
Futaba
Yeah.
ultimately ends up being, but she does have this kind of commanding leadership, almost like a co-pilot of the group, and that's something that I very much not just identified with, but also recognized that, like, oh yeah, this is my aesthetic and what I find attractive in a woman. So yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's, again, it is why I very much identify with and love Makoto as a character, despite probably identifying more with Futaba's neat, or not in education, employment, or training tendencies, let's say. and being like knowledgeable in games and like yeah, Futaba is a trip.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the first question. It was essentially just, hey, what's your favorite game? Why? All that stuff. That's about what we got there. Hell yeah. Persona 5 is really cool. I played through like, I think I got through the first entire dungeon, and then in the midst of like all the character development, I kind of just lost interest, which I really should go back and play through the rest of it now.
Yeah, and it's not exactly for everyone. A lot of people point to the second dungeon with Yusuke and his mentor as being a point of slight skeeviness and a little bit, really, guys, we had to do it this way.
Yeah, because they like
with
the game naturally deals with a lot of heavy topics, and it's just like, you could have done this better. I'm assuming.
Yeah, and they could have handled the use of On and Yusuke, and especially since Yusuke is eventually a character that we're supposed to then like find or supposed to empathize with, because like many of the other characters that we end up bringing along with us, they all have emotional trauma caused by the adults around them. And Yusuke, despite like having a very empathetic reason for doing what he does, in that there is a kind of problematic scene with him at one point that can turn off a lot of potential players. So, fair warning on that front, but it is a great game otherwise, and we'll sing its praises.
All right, cool. So, next question was, if you included other forms of gameplay, like saying sports, tabletop stuff, what would be your favorite? And you said DMing for D&D specifically.
Yes. So, in addition to being an avid video game player, I am also a DM for a lovely bunch of folks, and in fact, like, despite only getting really into D&D, like during the height of the pandemic, when I felt at my most alone and had tried to find something to interact with people in a much more, or rather much less regimented fashion, and D&D was, especially doing it online, was a way for me to get that interaction without getting out of the house. And so finding that at that point in time was good. Ended up not being some of the best folks, one of which I still am friends with and is one of the most kind people ever. But with D&D, and then ultimately deciding, you know what, I could DM myself. I could do this. I decided to do a one-shot, like Halloween themed, of like a bunch of folks getting roped into a mansion that then shuts the doors, and ho ho ho, you have to go through 7 spooky rooms to then fight the boss and get out alive.
Yeah.
And I found that I really enjoyed that that storytelling component. And despite my love of RPG games in the past, and even when talking about Persona 5 and its story and themes, I never really truly felt that I had embodied a character. And so with D&D having that performative element to embody a character and like be larger than life, and like in that one shot I talked about, being a jack-o'-lantern beholder with like different candy stalks that do different things. Specifically, it's a free Halloween one-shot that was made back during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic, uh, called Measles Marvelous Mansion, and
Ooh.
I can send in the chat the exact name, um, in case anybody wants to look it up. But
Yeah, go ahead and throw me the
um,
link. I can put it in there.
yeah, I just have the name. I
Oh yeah.
don't know where it is, but you can, if you type that in, you
Yeah,
can
I'll
find
find
it
it.
on Reddit or a number of different places. So it's a lot of fun, has different scenarios, a lot of fights, some puzzles, and some
Oh my god.
interesting elements as part of it.
I love this
It's
little
an
clip art.
aesthetic.
This is really good. Let me throw this up here real quick. Let me find
Uh-huh.
this in a way that I can properly crop it. Hold on.
And so when I decided to start DMing myself, I got one of the good folks from my last play group of D&D, as well as a lot of the college friends um, that I'm still friends with today, and are some of the just most incredible and pleasant people on the planet. And they all were like, "Sure, yeah, let's do it."
Hell yeah.
And it was incredible to have uh, this time. And like, I actually got enough interest that I had to run two separate instances of it because there were too many folks that wanted to play, which is a marvelous problem to have.
Yeah.
uh, or a very, like, again, I still get a little bit like, wow, these friends really like me to have like hopped on board for this at just my behest. Um,
Hmm.
so so uh,
Ooh.
all that being said, I then over this past year did a complete homebrew campaign, and it has been a very interesting journey of learning more of the ropes, learning some of the more um, esoteric elements of it, and digging deep into the rules, and having all of these different elements to then try to balance and understand. And it's very interesting to me, looking back on that first campaign, to see a lot of mistakes that I made, a lot of the things that I got right, and that um, even afterwards I had done a kind of retrospective on the campaign of like, what did people enjoy most, and what everybody kind of agreed on was that I was good at being able to perform a character enough and in different ways that everybody felt like each character that I brought in or NPC uh, was interesting, or at the very least, like, understandably different, like, between all the characters that I played.
Yeah, and like each different element had a purpose and it fulfilled that purpose well. And like having various character traits that actively worked together, I'm sure.
I like to think so, and it seems my players agree with you on that.
Hell yeah.
And in fact, that's part of why, like, in recognizing a lot of the mistakes that I made, especially with how I set up the story, the tasks that I gave characters without enough uh, feedback and, like, effect on the state of the world, I kind of scrapped, or didn't really scrap, but kind of did a hatchet job of ending the campaign, and with everybody else's blessing and understanding, and am now currently setting up to do a Curse of Strahd campaign. And it's
Nice.
been very interesting because in addition to having that performative element, also have that, like, setup of like, okay, these are all of their characters. How am I going to have them tell a story as well as like tell a story myself? And I like didn't really have a good creative outlet growing up. I had always like had stories in my head, but had never written anything down. Didn't make any fan fiction. Um, but every now and again, I would create these worlds in my head of like different things, and I never realized before playing D&D that I had this wish to have a creative outlet and that this would be the way for it.
Mhm.
Um,
You had a passion for storytelling that you didn't expect, and as a result, it blossomed into its own thing, and you started dealing with it.
yeah, and like in that vein, I kind of just always operated under the assumption that like, oh, I can just do it on my own time, have it be just a thing that I write every now and again, but not really do anything with or really invest the time and energy to flesh it out or how it might like coalesce. And so having D&D and the homebrew campaign to really try and flesh out some of these ideas that I had, and even create some, even create a homebrewed one shot in a world that I had created on a plane ride back from, I think, visiting family. I had like I didn't have a tablet or I didn't have a book to read, and so on the plane, just being bored, I just was like, all right, you know what? Grabbed out a notebook that I had with me and just started like writing down stuff about this island and different factions that are on it that are based on like cats, lizards, birds, hogs, and like other stuff. And it was all culminated from this bit of the world that was touched by the Fae because of uh, these twins that had gone out into the forest or were exiled from their home and ended up like touching this tree, having that was like touched by the Fae, and starting the different races that were on the island, and just all this different mechanical stuff that really just culminated like in in terms of actual play, in terms of like something that I then showed to somebody else, really just culminated in this like Alamo style one shot where this legion of lizardmen were coming to take over a fort that was protecting a human settlement, and like I had waves of lizardmen come against like my friends playing as adventurers that were called to explore the forest in the next day and got caught up in this assault. So it was very cool. It had a lot of touch and go moments, and despite explicitly making clear that this was an Alamo style one shot, which means I do not expect y'all to win, they gave a hell of a shot in taking out almost everybody except the commander. And in fact, it was one of my favorite moments in DMing was when almost everybody else had been taken out, and in fact I had just had the commander like take out one of the players as like they were a barbarian and were going toe to toe, and this guy and the enemy commander had like or his name was Ft.SaddestCrow. He had like maybe 5 hit points left, and I had him start like menacingly walking towards one of the last players, and we had actually had an agreement that if he was the last one, that he had my express permission to bail. And so he starts like getting over here, and the dude throws a smoke bomb in between them, runs, jumps off of the fort to like run and alert people that this army was coming, and he just on a whim threw a dagger into the smoke bomb just as a last ditch. You know what? I'm gonna try this and hope it works. And then skedaddle without ever knowing the outcome. Because I made it clear, he couldn't see into the smoke, he would fall before he saw it, and he would run away. And so, having all of this tension coming down to this last dice roll, and like, he rolls the dice, and he fails by like maybe 2 on his attack roll, and so I describe what nobody else sees as Grizz is like looking through the smoke, like anticipating like some kind of attack, and a dagger like flies by his head. And he knows in that moment that he would have died had it landed true.
Damn.
And then the smoke clears, and his like initial waves and force of his army are all dead around him, and he's like bleeding profusely. This was a character that had like 123 hit points at the start and was now down to 5. He was on his last leg.
Holy shit.
And I describe as this character looks around like haunted but also like, damn, these guys gave a good fight, as he limps back towards the main bulk of his army. And that's where I left off. And it was one of my favorite moments to be able to tell story-wise. And I never would have had, like, D&D was that outlet for me. So...
Yeah. I was gonna ask, hey, what's one of your favorite like situations that you had in D&D issues? And there you go. Yep. No prompting. Yeah, perfect.
It was incredible, and I have gotten moments, or I have had some of the players talk about how they wish that they could roll new characters and then go after Grizz to like kick his ass and finally take him down. So yeah, that is one of the blessings of D&D and having that role playing is if you can get into it, and especially if you have a DM that enjoys that storytelling aspect and the performative element of it, it can be an incredible blast. And
hell yeah.
I've been very blessed with having a group of players and a new crew of players for this new campaign of Curse of Strahd that I intend to play. But been very blessed to have people that appreciate not just what I'm doing, but also like are invested to like keep playing with me, and it's really just incredible for me.
Nice. Yeah, I've been debating on doing the same at some point, because I have a bunch of ideas and concepts and nothing solid for like actually, I've never actually tried, but like fundamentally making a storyline. And so I have a feeling that D&D might be able to work something out there.
Yeah, and there's
or at least any other kind of
different. Yeah, and there's a lot of different RPG engines to be able to assist with that, or be used as the mechanisms for it. One of the, I believe, more popular indie role-playing or tabletop role-playing engines is 10 Candles, and it's interesting because in 10 Candles, the idea is that like you, at least in a more in-person game, you have 10 candles all around, and you play with the understanding that you are in a dire situation, one that almost certainly does not have a win condition or doesn't have a survival condition for yourself, but may have like some small thing of like being able to save a group of people or ensure that one person survives, but it's none of y'all. And over the course of the game, that you snuff out candles to be able to do things or to signify time is passing. And the game ends when the last candle is snuffed out. And
I think I've heard it at some point.
I've not read in depth on the mechanics of it, but that conception, I believe, can be very powerful.
Interesting. Okay, so that's more of like because now that I think about it, a lot of the issues with D&D that when it comes to like how long you want your sessions to be, if you're not like properly segmenting stuff, is sometimes you'll have groups that just go like 6, 8, 10 hours, just like we're gonna keep going until we feel like we're gonna pass out. And even then maybe not. And it's like you need to have an endpoint in your campaign, or you need to like find chapter or milestone points to make sure that you're actually like doing something.
Yeah, the ability as, and again, especially with any DM having that like story mindset of being able to have the cliffhanger or the reveal, or just to be able to say like, okay, we're about to get into a combat encounter. We're going to end it here because we cannot continue. We cannot do a full combat before like we're going to pass the fuck out. And it's part of why, like, personally, I've always scheduled my sessions as being only 4 hours max, to ensure that everybody has like not just time in their schedule, but also to make it segmented when like I usually run from like 11 or 8 to midnight, and so then ask like, okay, I think this is a good stopping point here, or even end a session early just to make sure that we're at a good like satisfying point to end the session and not feel like, oh my god, mind is racing, need to write down things for next session. Which is a problem I very much have in like ending a session and then being like, okay, I need to write all this shit down. So it's
That's accurate.
That's now why I can no longer run sessions on a Sunday.
It's the exact reason. It's the exact reason why I need to be careful when I start working on my card game, because I tend to have situations where I start to have an epiphany about a certain mechanic or something, and then I write it all down, but then I start writing down new card concepts, and then it's just constantly, okay, I have more work to do. It's
what was
just
it? I think you mentioned at one
ridiculous.
point was like you were working on cards till like 6 a.m. Like,
oh yeah, no, like for the
Jesus.
last week or so, I've had situations where I couldn't fall asleep, and so until like 6:37 in the morning, I'm just sitting there writing down like different keywords and other stuff like that. It's just like, okay, I have nothing to do right now. Oh, what about this color? Oh yeah, there's a different thing going on here. I should probably tweak this. It's a mess. It's a productive mess, but it's a mess.
Hey, so long as it's productive, and you can get through the mess afterwards.
I should make that my new Twitter bio, productive mess. Okay, moving on. Next thing. Okay, I have a music change for this. So, the next question I asked was your favorite franchise, and you answered the Zelda and FromSoft franchise.
Yes. So I've like
Specific titles?
especially in my younger years, the Legend of Zelda. I think my first Legend of Zelda that I started with was like Ocarina of Time, and I could go in depth about like how it's a great game. It has a nice story and feeling of open world, despite a lot of it being linear,
Mm-hmm.
um, and having like all these cool elements to it. Um, and then having like Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and it being like absolutely mind expanding that you can go out onto the ocean and just uh like go out to various different islands, explore, and like that feeling of exploration, the feeling of exploration in addition to having a like progression of power to your character in getting new tools, new um like weapons and just different things to like basically become a one-man army and uh just have that experience was like very much an escapist fantasy for young me, and I still feel that draw to games that have this kind of progression to them and also have these small puzzles that you can then tinker with and be able to like unlock and go, ah, I've solved it.
Yeah, you have
And
that aha moment.
mhm. And especially when growing up, or let me take a step back. In growing up as a child, like a lot of my enjoyment with things before I got my first video game in my hands, like with Pokemon Blue, that I talked about near the beginning, I was very much a puzzle aficionado. I got really into like patterns and puzzles and being able to like pick apart things. Excuse me. And so having um like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which I think was like my fourth or fifth game that I ever got, um, to be able to then have this adventure storyline that also had these like puzzles everywhere and secrets and exploration, it very much piqued my interest and I think in a lot of ways helped me uh, identify with or otherwise like want to be curious about things. Like I was already curious as a child, but with Ocarina of Time, I guess in particular, having an entire world to explore and to have it feel enticing, inviting, and to like build yourself up in the way that it did was very much like was very much a draw to like young me and on throughout the series. Like, in fact, with Ocarina of Time, I never actually beat the game. Like,
Hmm.
despite enjoying it as much as I did, I never actually got to Ganon and the final boss. I never beat the Spirit Temple. I don't even think I saw the Shadow Temple. Um, and even since then, despite still having a love for the series and having this kind of like fascination with Ocarina of Time, specifically its randomizer community that a lot of speedrunners have with it as well, to see like aspects of this game that I never even thought of, never even heard of,
Oh yeah.
never even like conceptualized that like, oh, you could just like bomb a random spot and there'd be a grotto there that you could then go inside and get an item from. Like, what? That was like the amount of secrets and hidden stuff in the Legend of Zelda games like really brought out that curiosity in me and uh that kind of mindset, and I think that very much then follows into the other franchise that I mentioned, or rather, developer like From Software in having their Dark Souls series, Bloodborne, Sekiro, like they all, and even Elden Ring, in much more recent memory, having that progression of games that are very difficult and punishing, but also reward exploration, curiosity, and having that mind to then look into the world and find these nooks and crannies, to be able to find these lore, or this lore inside of items, to then piece together, okay, this is this person, this is that person, this is what this means, this is what this is tied into, and having its own little story as part of it.
Yeah.
So that, I think, was an incredible way to, or rather, it's an incredible franchise to get invested in, and yeah, and I think a lot of that ties back into that curiosity that I had as a child and was then cultivated through Legend of Zelda and into Dark Souls and modern day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had never really gotten into the Soul series, but I did for a while have a connection with Zelda because I played oh, what was my first Zelda game now that I think about it? I want to say it's like Oracle of Time. Like it was one
Oracle
of
of
the
Seasons,
real old
maybe?
one. Yeah, it might have been
Or
Oracle of
Oracle of
Seasons.
Ages?
Oracle of Ages, that's probably what it was. I think hold on. Actually, I have I have my like box of Game Boy Advanced and like Game Boy Color stuff right here. Let me check. Pretty sure that was my first Zelda game. I don't remember explicitly. Oh no, actually no, it was a copy of the Game Boy Dual package of like the GameCube package of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. It was both of those
Oh.
games on a GameCube cartridge. And I had played a little bit of it, and it didn't really hit me because at that time I was really into like I'm pretty sure my first GameCube game was Wario World. So I was really into the like action
Oh,
platforming
yeah.
side, like Mario Sunshine stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Also a fantastic game, Wario World. Like,
I
super
still
underrated.
have basically all of my GameCube stuff except for I still have it somewhere, but I'm missing my Mario Sunshine disc. And I'm so mad because I have the box. I don't have the game cartridge itself, like the disc, and I'm just like furious that that's the thing that I'm missing. But
Ah, man.
yeah, I absolutely loved the GameCube era because that's when I started to like really deeply get into that kind of stuff. And the fact that the Wii had backwards compatibility made it so much easier to like go back on those previous games, and after I find something new, I relive all of the stuff that I dealt with in that. It was a
Yeah,
lot of
that
fun.
was. Oh yeah, it was a great time. It was a great time for gaming. The GameCube, despite the console not selling as much as like the PS2 or even the Xbox as its contemporaries, but it just had some excellent bangers.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like I think
Oh,
that was
yep.
how I played Ocarina of Time initially,
Oh my
was
God.
on the GameCube, having the promotional disc of like uh, Ocarina of Time as well as Master Quest.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I
so
uh I
yeah,
dug through it a little
and
bit. I had all my things like compartmented in the box, and yeah, it's Oracle of Ages. I have it right here, the original. I think it's still. Wait, does it still
incredible.
have this? No, it doesn't have. I got it from those old like curio game stores that have just like loose cartridges in like a bowl that's just like $2 on the front of it, and you just like pick one out and you just be like, I want these ones. It's one of those.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Like, my heart skipped a beat if like this gaming history regaled to like just a bowl to like rummage around with your fingers, and I'm like,
yeah,
oh
no,
my god, no. Like,
I see.
that's safe, please.
Yeah, I know. Now we're in the era that's just like, these are so like precious and remembered and revered that these are literally relics, and there's people who have them just lying around, and it's just like, you have so much potential right here, but you're not using it. And I see regular curio shops like I don't know if you know Second and Charles. It's a bookstore similar to like oh, what's the
No, never heard of it.
oh, what's the big bookstore that's still active that had like, they had like a
Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Noble, that's what it was. Like, it's one of those style stores, but they have retro games just like in one of the areas at the front whenever you come in. And it goes from, it's really interesting. It has like all of the up-to-date stuff like Xbox One, PS4, or well, now PS5, but PS4 and like the Switch games all in the front. And then the further you go back, the more ancient it gets. And then at the back, there's just like DS games in a jewel, or like a jeweler's case on like cloths that they have out. And then there's like, under that, there's the expensive Game Boy games, some of them still in the box, and then the top there's the bowl that just has like all of the shovelware shash at the top. It's just like Barbie's horse mansion, and like all like, I'm pretty sure there was some Bionicle stuff in there too. There's like the shovelware like 3-in-1 cartridges that have all the puzzle games on them. It is a trip. But yeah,
God, Bionicles like triggered a core memory of just like, because I did have like, I didn't just have like the Bionicle toys themselves that I also loved posing and playing with, but I did have like, I think what is it called, Mask of Montanui, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like of the video game, and it had or maybe I'm conflating it with the movie. Anyway, of getting like the Bionicle that had the golden mask and was really like, man. Sorry, I'm not like verbalizing it well, but just the memory triggered.
I definitely get it. You have the flood of memories. It's just like, oh god, there was all this stuff. I have to spend like a solid 2 minutes just thinking about this thought before I can say anything. Like, I get that regularly. But that reminded me of another different thing. Now we're on the roller coaster. Here we go. The fan game that's being made for Bionicle's Mask of Power. Have you seen the it's currently still in development. It's been in development for like years, I'm pretty sure at this point. But
I hope it hasn't been in development hell. My condolences to whoever's running it.
Yeah, I don't think it has, but oh my god, they have what the fuck is this? They have like model packs for, oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna link this in chat. You can go on the rabbit hole yourself. I'm gonna be doing it here, but oh my god. It's a like Unreal 4, Unreal 5 level detail Bionicles game that's been in works for a while now, and it's like a Souls-like. It has like proper action rolling and stuff. Each of the different masks does something different. It looks amazing, and it just reminded me of that. Like, I have this in my back pocket. I've been looking at it for a while now.
Oh man.
But this is the kind of stuff that I absolutely love, which is somebody brings something back from years in the past and remasters it or remakes it for a specific like area.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I wish we had more stuff like this. And I really hope this game releases in like the next 2-3 years, because I would be heartbroken if like, oh yeah, we have Unreal 5 coming out. Oh, we're going to shift everything to Unreal 5 so we have more stable engines, and then it just gets into development hell where it's like, oh yeah, we released Unreal 6 and then everything else shifts again, and ugh. I really hope it doesn't do that, but it looks really, really good.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, just
Although that yeah, that does actually remind me of a YouTuber that I follow. I think he's by the name of Ragnar Rocks or Ragnar Fox, something along those lines.
That sounds familiar.
He had like he releases a handful, like I think he actually just released his 50th video on just like old video games that either deserve a second chance or a critical eye, like looking back on it from today. And I believe he's done a couple videos on video games that have then seen a surge of like fan fan drive to get like translations of some of the Japanese video games that didn't get a proper release in the States, and other games that he espouses, especially ones that do not have a legitimate way to consume them or purchase them now. And
okay,
so would
really
always
quick,
recommend emulation.
Is this okay? I just found did he do a video on Eternal Darkness? Because
yes,
I think I found him.
So.
Yeah, he did Haunting Ground, Hell Knight, and Castlevania 64 are his last games he covered, right? You checked it. Okay, this is the right channel. Okay, I wanted to post this in the chat because this looks really good, and I need to watch this later now. But yeah, I absolutely love this kind of stuff.
He does solid reviews and look back on them with a critical eye. I enjoy very many video essays on video games, and much like the reason for this interview is that like video games, and especially storytelling in all of its forms, are deeply ingrained into my love of just life in general, really, is tied up in them. And Ragnar does very good way of looking into, especially, or more specifically, horror-related video games. And especially ones that don't get a lot of love and don't get a lot of normal attention. So it's very refreshing to watch his videos.
So you might have heard me make a little noise there. I saw his thumbnail for Bad Mojo, and yeah, I definitely get what he's going for. Then I saw Call of Cthulhu: Shadow of the Comet, and Atari made Cthulhu games. What? Oh my god. Okay.
Right.
Well,
there is a rabbit
wish
hole
list is
to
getting
go
bigger
into with him. So
yeah, we're not gonna slip down that just yet. Not right now.
No.
Okay.
Although I think it's been about an hour and a half. It's probably a good time to reiterate what we're doing.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, so that was favorite franchise. We covered Zelda and FromSoft. I think we didn't cover FromSoft specifically, so I did have a question here, which is there a boss from... I didn't finish the question, but alright. Is there a boss from Zelda and or the FromSoft games that have specific attributes that you want to highlight?
Ooh, that I specifically want to highlight.
I have some other defining
Oh
ones here
man.
if you want that.
Hmm. I
Specifically, it was like
think
one that gave you the most trouble, one that was the most fun to fight, one that had the most unique mechanics, that kind of stuff.
I think one of the fights that was the most interesting to me, um, I think probably the one that gave me the most like, ooh, that is an interesting like concept. Um, yes, the most interesting one I think was specifically from Dark Souls 3. Um, there's a specific Ashes of Ariandel, or it was a DLC boss, specifically um, in Dark Souls 3. There is a painting that in the Dark Souls universe, there are paintings that will have their own worlds and folk that hide away in them for various different reasons, and
Hmm.
they're usually very cold, um, compared to the Dark Souls brand in general being about the Age of Fire.
Right.
And specifically in Dark Souls 3, in I believe it's Ashes of Ariandel DLC. It's a very short one in that the world or the painting that you go into and run around in is pretty short to go through. You initially come upon a church, meet a character called Sister Elfrida, and then go around the rest of the place doing exploration, finding the keys and stuff, and you end up back in the church. And initially, when you had gone there, the Sister Elfrida, talked about like, you should leave. This is like, do not bring fire to this place. And basically tries to run you off.
Mhm.
And like in going around and then coming back to the church, you don't see her there. You see a way to go further inside, and um, in the lore of it, there's a handful of reasoning of like, oh, that you can bring fire to this place, and um, this, that, what have you. But specifically talking about bosses here, uh, sister, you go down into the church, and there is just this uh, long room in which you initially fight, uh, surprise, surprise, Sister Elfrida. And it's a decent enough fight, and um, if you take her out, she she goes down, and it turns out that uh, there was a figure at the end of the room that had just been uh, sitting in a chair, and initially, unless you're paying attention, which, hey, you're facing a boss, you might not be paying attention to the background. Um, you, like, when you first take out Sister Elfrida, it turns out that this is another boss, like Father something, I believe.
Father
I'm
Ariandel.
blanking on the name.
It's just Father
Yeah, it's
Ariandel, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So Father Ariandel, and he like cries out and starts banging this pot that was like behind him. Fire starts engulfing like the room, the edges of the room, revealing more of it. And Sister Elfrida comes back up, and now it's a two-pronged boss fight, and that has its own like push and pull of like fighting the sister as she had done before, and now also having a second opponent to try to go around, who is just bashing these big attacks all over as he like follows you. So it forces you to shift around in the arena that you're in, to try to either go for him first and have Sister Elfrida like coming behind you, or to focus her down and then have a lot more breathing room to be able to avoid Father Ariandel's big telegraphed attacks. So,
really quick, I love the trope in Dark Souls games. It's just like, oh yeah, this is a normal boss fight. Oh, this is pretty hard already. And then you just see a second boss like health bar at the bottom, and you're like, oh shit, no.
yes.
It's like this happens in a lot of different places with like Ornstein and Smo, and then you have things like the what's the one like witch hunter, not from Bloodborne, but like I'm pretty sure it's from the second game of the guy who just turns into a bunch of copies of himself.
Possibly. Oh,
I think he's still in Dark Souls 1.
The Four Kings from the first game.
Oh yeah, and then there's the
one pops up, and then more keep popping up if you don't take.
And like the Dark Well, yeah. And then there's stuff like that. I recently Plover went down a rabbit hole of like Dark Souls boss fight. Not speculation, but like design
and like how they're meant to make you feel.
Critique, like design critique. And it's really interesting the way that the game manipulates with the storyline and its own like interspersed mechanics, how some things start to repeat themselves but in completely radically different ways. Of like, oh yeah, we have this guy who just shows up in the middle of the fight. It's really interesting. Hey Logan, yeah, we're doing, this is a game history interview. I'm talking with Crow about a bunch of crazy stuff. And we're just talking about Sister Frida and Father Ariandel.
A bunch of games that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
and
wild.
So getting back to that, you then have like this two-pronged fight, and once you take them out at that point, Sister Elfrida comes back up again, and she's even more powered up using the fire that she had talked before about not wanting to like have fire introduced, and then like the fire being lit by Father Ariandel, and now it's like, okay, I did not want the fire here, but now that you've brought the heat, I'm going to lay the smack down. And uses the fire against you. It is even more crazy.
Huh.
So even in the like course of the boss fight, there's even a story being told of how like Frida doesn't want you here, doesn't want fire to come to the painting, and then like you trying to find the fire and like searching around the place, finding it inside the bottom of the church, Frida fighting against it, and then ultimately embracing it to try and drive you out. And that whole narrative, like, that doesn't get explicitly told to you. It's just, this girl wants you out and then fights you at the end. Like, all of the stuff, all of this, like, storyline and narrative is just organically derived from the fight and the progression that you go through the place. And you can take it or leave it as much as you want to be invested or as little as you want to be invested in the story.
I love especially yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful like microcosm of how like Dark Souls in general and From Software as a developer like presents its world and its lore.
I love especially.
Sorry, you were going to say something.
You're good. I love especially the like the interpretation of, hey, don't do this thing, and then like reverse psychology sets in and you're like, oh, I should do the thing, and then she just doubles down like, hey, you shouldn't have done the thing once. Oh, my dad's mad, now you shouldn't have done it even more. And then, oh, you killed me, I'm gonna make it sure that you don't do it even more. It's very silly, but also makes a lot of like in lore mechanical sense. It's really cool.
Yeah,
Delve
so
into the lore,
that's
go for it. We kind of talked about the paintings before, about how they're like inside worlds that were created as a like, I guess, is it an escape from
they're very much
the fire
escapes
itself?
from they're escapes from from the world of Lordran uh, or wherever they happen to be. Usually trying to avoid the Age of Fire, avoid the cyclical nature of it, and so
Hmm.
uh, paintings are thought to be reflections. Yeah, they're very much a reflection of the world they inhabit, um, but they are also meant to be very much separate, very much an escape from, or a hidden, protected world. And I believe uh, one of the concepts in Dark Souls 3 is about how uh, like if you beat a certain boss in Dark Souls 3 from one of the DLCs, you can encounter a painter that is actually painting a world like anew, and that it will be. Uh, I want to find the exact quote, but that it would be a cold, dark, and uh, like welcoming
Lightless.
place.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, and I can try. Uh, let's see.
There's a crowman in the
Let's
painting
see
that
if I
when you
can
talk
find the
about the rot
exact
and
quote.
that when talking about the rot and burning flame, he says that it's the only thing they do right, unlike those fools on the outside.
Yeah, 'twill be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. And one day will make
Huh.
someone a goodly home, and then I will name this painting Ash. So, like, they are very much meant to be these things away from uh from the from the world as it currently is.
That's a hell of a thing. Really quick, I found this sticker. I was looking for art of the sister and the father, and I just found this sticker, and it's really cool. It's just like a little like cartoony chibi style. Yeah. It's a really interesting interpretation of the characters. Really like it.
Mhm.
Um, you probably find that on your own. It's like there's like $2 stickers. It's very cool. All right.
Oh, that's fun.
That's Dark Souls. That's this. My God, I really need to play through this series.
Yeah,
I have it all in
and
physical, and I
actually,
don't have a capture card. Yeah.
mm, and one
I need to get
thing
that next year.
Logan mentioned about like one could think that like the Crowman talking about like fools on the outside, like other than them doing the right thing. Like
Mhm.
there's a lot of just interpretation in the Dark Souls universe and lore, and a lot of it you just like, despite there being a lot of video essayists and Vati Vidya, may he continue to output content for Elden Ring, and we will consume it vigorously.
Hell
But
yeah.
like despite there being a lot of like video essayists and people that have dived into the lore and have created basically a canon of what the lore is or means or expectation of it and based on themes, etc. Like it is very much uh, up to your own interpretation. And like and again, like I talked about a little bit about before, of like these worlds being ones that you can engage with the lore as much or as little as you want. It's very much hands off in how you engage with it, which I think is probably one of the most unique ways of storytelling, and why From Software have done very well for themselves in doing that recently.
Yeah. I am a big fan of everything the Soul series has going on, and I really need to just bite down on it in probably like the next 5-6 months at least. Like I need to start doing that. I need to start playing these things. It's so fucking cool.
And it's just as like it is just as engaging just to consume like the lore discussions that happen on various subreddits, comment sections. Like that is also perfectly valid because of just how much there is that you can bite into. You don't necessarily have to play the games to get them, and in fact most playthroughs will miss like vast swaths of the lore until you go searching out for it in the various wikis and whatnot.
Yeah, or like on your second playthrough you find a completely different path that has like 7 different bosses in it that you didn't find before. Like especially with Elden Ring, that game is gigantic and somehow it still got bigger after it got released.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
my
actually, I
god.
think Logan brings up a good point about Miyazaki, and apparently, like when he was a kid, looked at a lot of books and filled in a lot of blanks. Um, that's actually like a really interesting way of coming around to this philosophy of design, to like basically have a tough time reading and then go, all right, well, I understand some of this, so I'm just going to like plug in my own interpretation for the rest and just have fun. And
Yep.
really, that's the whole basis for fan fiction in general. So that's really cool.
Hell yeah. Reminds me, I need to go back and read some books that I've recently read, or not recently. Say like, oh my god, I said recently. This was in my high school. No, this was my middle school years. There's a book that I read way back in the day that was honestly very dark for the kind of stuff that I should have been reading, but it was still really interesting. As oh god, I
Mm.
should find it real quick.
I actually have a
Um,
lot of opinions on like having good dark media for children, and that being something that is really necessary. And I could go into a rant about that, but I'm going to pull myself away and just say like there's a handful of good video essayists on like darkness in children's media, and I think one of the best examples being the movie Coraline. And
mhm.
uh, for chat's sake, you can
Coraline's great.
delve into that later, and I would recommend. But yeah, I have a rant. I'm going to not do it,
Yeah.
and uh, we can focus on possibly the next question or the next topic.
Yeah, really quick. I forgot the book's name was The Knife of Never Letting Go, but I looked up the Giving Knife book and I just got a bunch of recommendations for Give a Girl a Knife, and I'm just like, whoa, whoa, no. That is dark-sided. That sounds bad. Just like the most yandere, but not really the children's book ever. Okay. Um right, next question. Just gush about Dark Souls for a little bit longer now. Um, I don't really have a question for this one. It's just I asked you your least favorite type of game or your game franchise, and you said Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley type management sims.
Yes. Um, so it's one of those genres that aesthetically I've always enjoyed or thought fondly of, but in execution I've always been like, because in a lot of them, like Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, these management sims that do not have a centralized antagonist or do not have a
Mm-hmm.
goal beyond like developing the world, quote unquote, or developing your land to be like more better. Um, like I never found that engaging because for me, I always saw the artifice in like in a way I never could define the story in them. Like, yes, they are in
Yeah.
places to embody and places to be in, and especially in Stardew Valley, you have folks that each have their own story that you can then engage with, talk to, and like have that kind of like romance, dating sim, or visual novel of like getting close to them and having stuff happen, and then dealing with like the fallout from it. And there is like with Stardew Valley a lot of like meaningful story there to get engaged with, but it's not tied into the gameplay of it, or it is, but it isn't for me specifically. Like
Yeah.
in having that the story with people, that's what I find interesting. But then I also have to like play a game of, okay, water these crops and ensure that they're all blooming by this point in time, and then make sure that I like manage my money to be able to then do these things, to then be able to build my place and also like be more efficient. And like there's all of that component, but all of the story is tied up elsewhere that I only get snippets of. And for me, I just don't engage with that as some people might. And in some ways I in some ways I feel like that's a failing on my part in not being able to engage with the story, but I guess it's just what I enjoy versus what I don't. And I've always enjoyed games that have a very close, tight knit ludo narrative drive, and
Mhm.
especially being conflict driven. And those types of games don't provide it.
Yeah, I have a very interesting kind of interpretation of this as well. I have a feeling I would like games that are in the style of not necessarily Harvest Moon or Animal Crossing, but like the games like, well, like Persona, really. Now that I think about it, this is a good dichotomy because Stardew Valley is a very divided, like, mini game style package. Like, it has basically everything that somebody who likes Animal Crossing would want, but it also has a bunch of other potential gameplay inside of it to keep people interested that want to specialize. The issue is I bounce it off
Mm-hmm.
really hard. Like, I bounce off of it really hard too. I liked when I did play it, and I have a feeling if I did play with more people and do more stuff in it, I would like it. But it is very disconnected in the way that it functions because it requires you to have knowledge of all of these different subsections of the game that are all wildly different, and all for the goal of
Mm-hmm.
making more progress in the storyline, which the storyline's interesting. I mean, it has like these little alien dudes that show up at some point, and they were cute, and there's like magic and stuff, so that's interesting, but it doesn't have anything else going for it, in my opinion. Like, the fishing minigame's good. That's basically it. Like, the mining and the
Mm-hmm.
adventuring was weird. The crop stuff I could give less of a whatever about. Like, it's cool, but it didn't
Yeah,
capture my interest as much as other games do.
there's very limited like mechanical challenge to it, which I think is part of what I really meant when I talked about conflict, is that mechanical challenge for you the player.
Yeah, the
And
difficulty is like
in
supplanted
Stardew
by
Valley
the
there
time.
is a, I believe, the mine or the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of the challenge in it is more intellectual. It's with like managing your time, managing people, and uh, like sales and festivals, and like all this time management stuff. And I will readily admit, I am a terrible judge of time management, and it is a detriment in all aspects of my life.
Yep.
Um, so it is very much a source of stress for me in my personal life, and I think that is in part a way that I don't engage with it in Stardew Valley. However, what is interesting to me in thinking more on it is that while I dislike it in Stardew Valley, um, in a different game like Reciteer, or a much more recent game that is in a very similar fashion called Potionnomics, um,
Yep.
they are about. They're also management sims and like trying to manage money as well as a shop and getting items, and has all of those different components to then like get more items, get more money to specifically pay off a debt that is slowly
Yeah.
getting bigger and bigger, or like in Potionomics, be able to make certain potions by the time of a big tournament that you're trying to win, so that way you win enough money to then pay off your debt. And like, despite it being very similar and being like management sims and having this kind of like managing of time, I engage with them much deeper because of how, like with Reciteer, having the potion selling or the selling of the items that you get from dungeon delving, which is its own action platformer with bosses and everything like that. You then go back to the shop and try to sell things and haggle. And with Potionomics, you have like a much more in-depth haggling minigame with trying to sell potions, and then also being able to like buy ingredients for your potion making to be able to make them of a certain type or a certain like balance. And like I find that very engaging, um, compared to Stardew Valley. And I don't know, I guess there's some kind of dynamic in there that clicks with me. I don't know.
Hmm. So, I have like 3 different tangents to go on now because I now realize there's a bunch of stuff specifically about Stardew that I can like pick apart why it doesn't jive with me, but other games do, or the things that it does well, and so do other games. It's like, this is a really weird tangent to go down, but I feel like I want to make it. So, I said the game is very minigame based, right? You have the caves, you have fishing, you have your crops, you have all of the flower gardening, you have all the monsters, all that kind of stuff. I realize a lot of MMOs also have this same thing going on, except for they have the drive of always make number go up by making your level higher or getting access to new weapons or getting new gear, whatever, right? Like, it's basically an MMO that is a single player game that is entirely based around romancing characters. Like, it's borderline the same thing.
But what's interesting is that with MMOs like uh, World of Warcraft, or even like Path of Exile, or any of those, you have a centralized, like, I believe the game development term is primary gameplay loop.
Yeah.
And with Stardew Valley, the primary gameplay loop is very much dispersed. It is very much in a lot of the mini games like you're talking about.
It's very open.
And the core loop of it is really in the like the gardening, the everyday tasks of life. The gardening, the like scheduling of the seasons, the then going out and being like, okay, do I need to clear out more trees? Do I need to go into the mines today? Is today supposed to be talking with a specific NPC? Am I supposed to do fishing today? Am I supposed to do this? Am I supposed to do that? And like the core gameplay loop is these small tasks that are all supposed to culminate in essentially either making your place more better, see numbers go up, see progression along there, being able to get more unique items for, I believe it's called the museum, or maybe I'm thinking of
yeah, like the collection area.
Yeah, the collection area, and then also like being able to talk with and engage with the storylines of all of the characters and potentially even romance them. So you have a lot of these dispersed gameplay loops that you're then all go into the main loop of what am I gonna do today? Whereas with something like World of Warcraft, the main gameplay loop is I fight things, I fight things, I kill things, I get loot. Hooray. Numbers go up.
Yep.
And so it's very centralized into a primary gameplay loop, whereas with many of the management sims like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing are very much dispersed.
I find this especially funny because now that I think about it, like Path of Exile is the monster killing looting game that is the equivalent of like hardcore Animal Crossing. Like you have so many different systems and you have so many different materials and everything in some way sockets into something else in a way that it progresses your character that it ultimately is just like this.
Quote that because quote or clip that because I want to make sure that Days never forgets that line of equating Path of Exile as like Animal Crossing.
It is the hardcore ARPG Animal Crossing. Like, there's nothing else I could say about it. It is. Like, it's constantly getting updates. Like, the most recent Animal Crossing update was a DLC that is now, like, a service, but also the game isn't getting updated anymore, so it's really weird. But, like, it gets updated every 3 months. It has a completely new thing that you can do that you can also just ignore. And it's all about progression. It's all about making things bigger. Like, there are characters that you can interact with, but the main thing you're interacting with is the bosses. So I guess like romancing the characters is just killing bosses. I don't know. Like, stab someone and then they fall in love with you. I don't know.
Stab someone so they fall in love with you.
I mean, isn't that like in some way the point of like Boyfriend Dungeon?
I'm very concerned about your love life right now.
I mean, like, actually, isn't that part of the point of Boyfriend Dungeon? Is like they're swords, so you use them to stab people and they love you more. Like,
that's right. Oh my god.
It's like that. Get your sword to fall in love with you by stabbing people.
Oh.
It's just, oh my god.
Okay, well,
but yeah, this goes even further.
Valley to be the game that sent us so far off the rails.
Well, no, this has even more parallels because I thought about that as well with like Warframe. Like, it has fishing, it has motorbike races, it has, like, invasions, which could technically be... Yeah! You have the spearfishing.
It has been so long. Man.
Yeah, no, it has spearfishing, it has arena modes, which I guess arena could be, like, caving. It has, what's the newest thing that got added? It has it has Railjack. You make your own boat. Like, I'm pretty sure Stardew Valley has a thing where you make a boat. Oh yeah, and then I recently started falling into Guild Wars, and Guild Wars I'm pretty sure also has fishing. It has, like, beetle racing, which looks rad as hell, and I really need the DLC so I can do it, because Glitched Griffin showed me, and now I can't not try it. Yeah, there's just a bunch of parallels that I can make to this game with MMOs, and it's just like, it's very similar, but it's not the same thing, because it's segmented, and like, it's all self-contained in a way that ultimately makes you go back to the story. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And then,
All right.
my last point on this was, I don't know if you've played the Moon, if you've played Moon the Remix RPG. You might have seen me play it at one point. I think you were in chat when we were playing that. I don't remember, but it was is an extremely odd game, and it is all about pushing the storyline. That is the only main goal, and you get money by capturing these little creatures that are around, and you interact with a bunch of silly and weird characters, and that's basically the entire game. And I'm just like, that game had a day-night system, and if you go past the point of midnight, you just pass out and then lose all your progress. So it's like the good bits of Stardew Valley, in my opinion. Because like the ultimate goal is that, and you only have that one thing to go towards. It's really interesting.
What a concept. Huh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to mark that on my wish list.
Oh yeah, I can give you a
I...
link if you want it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd spend $19 for it, but fascinating.
Yeah, it's a very weird and interesting game. I'm planning on... Don't quote me on this, but at some point during this month, probably at the end of it, or next year, because next month is coming up, I'm probably going to do a playthrough of that on this channel, because it is a weird-ass game that I have not seen any content for anywhere. So. And also Key Squid's really into it, and I want to have them on. But, yeah.
Makes sense.
So that's that point. Oh my god. I think we need to take a quick break because we're at 2 hours in, and I'm running out of water.
Same. So, alright.
Yeah, everyone take 5.
Yep. Get your stretches in. Like, of course, I'm always getting my stretches in.
Yeah.
Reach for the sky. I'm so glad Clover made this PNG. It's so cute.
Love it. All right. Yeah. 5 minutes tops. I'll be back. Crow will be back, and we'll continue.
Yep.
All right, I'm back. Man.
All right.
Let's see. What's up next? What have we got? I I was scrolling on Twitter and I found someone posted a picture of a patu. Have you ever seen one of those birds?
Oh, the putu bird.
Yeah, ones that just have like there's the one that has just like the giant yellow eye with like a pinprick pupil. Those things are so cute. It's so weird. I
Yep.
love them. All right, so next up, what else we got here? This is kind of retreading the previous ground of like Souls stuff, but I next asked, what's your favorite games to watch content of that you potentially don't play? And you said Hollow Knight and Souls games.
Yeah. So, especially in games that I don't necessarily play myself. As an example, like even though I talked at length about Dark Souls 3, and I had very briefly played Dark Souls 1 and then bounced off it and then came to Dark Souls 3, and that's how I got really involved with those. But in truth, I never really got back into Dark Souls 1 or even played at all of Dark Souls 2. And so, like, knowing my love of Dark Souls 3 and its lore and whatnot, um, being able to then engage with Dark Souls 1 and 2 and its lore through content creators like VatiVidya, um, Zuli the Witch, and others to then engage with it that way. And and especially with Hollow Knight, although I played it a lot, and then like haven't like replayed it or anything like that, I still watch like Hollow Knight randomizers and lore videos by great creators like Mossbag, and and still like engage with the content that way despite not having touched Hollow Knight in years now. So um, just in engaging in content that is not necessarily the game itself, um, like Dark Souls and Hollow Knight are probably the two biggest ones. But in other ways, I watch a lot of speedrunners and watch a lot of the channel Games Done Quick on Twitch. Although I generally consume their content through YouTube, as I can control how much of it I watch much easier that way. Um, and so a lot of speedrunning content of various different games, and actually most especially with a run of Paper Mario Randomizer is how I've recently gotten into uh, playing and running that most recently.
Hell yeah.
And so I know I'm getting away from the initial point of content, but um,
No, that's still
having
within the realm, yeah.
yeah, so having content creators in the vein of speedrunners to be able to see like good people being able to break these games um, is highly engaging to me, and that's where I spend a lot of my time when I'm not just playing them myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen many a speedrun and many a speedrun of games that I play that I want to speedrun and I still haven't. So I definitely get that.
Mhm.
Most
And
recently, go ahead.
yeah, so uh, bringing back up Paper Mario, since that was one of the like foundational RPGs for me. Um,
Oh, what? Oh god.
uh,
I hope that
subscription
was
mode.
positioned well. Hi Serena. Thank you very much for the resub. I really appreciate it. 10 months. Oh my god. Games on phone? Yes, actually. I have many games on my phone. I play like half of them sometime.
I actually recently downloaded a game that was recommended by my brother called Neural Cloud, and that has been
Ooh.
a very interesting anime gacha. Uh, Most
Oh, I
recently.
think I heard of that one.
So yes, I too have games on my phone. Um, it's actually been like decent so far. Hasn't really been challenging me yet, but um, so I've not really like gotten
Ooh.
to any end game or anything like that. But like, it's cool enough, and like it very really recently released, so they still have a lot of like what's it called, promotionals to like get you jump started on the game,
Right.
even without paying for anything. So
Hmm. Looks
yeah.
interesting. I might actually try it. I'm not one for gacha usually. Like, the closest thing to gacha that I play is like I used to play Dragon Ball Dokkan, but
Oh.
that recently fell off for me because I was just like, oh, I just get like I don't know. What was the one that I got? I really wanted to get Janemba. There's some really ridiculous Janembas. I absolutely love Janemba as a character who just shows up, wrecks havoc, and then is just like, okay, I die now because you got a new form. Cool. Like, he's one of the most, hey, I'm here, I'm gone characters, and then they started to flesh him out, and he's so cool. But yeah, I'm not gonna get started on Dragon Ball because I'm just gonna start going off on a tirade. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't
no
really play
need to
many
go
gachas,
there.
so I might actually try that. I've heard, I've heard the
Yeah.
relentless bashing and subsequent raving about Genshin just constantly from various people. One of which I'm hoping to have on this this kind of interview thing probably in the next like week or two.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Um,
tirade. Where were we? Paper Mario.
yes. So yeah, with what was I saying before about Paper Mario being a foundational RPG?
Mhm.
Um, so much like how I initially got into RPGs uh, with Pokemon Blue, and that being like my first video game. Um, to then go to like the Nintendo 64 and not really knowing a lot of RPGs and like how like interesting or big they could be, I knew Mario and like Mario in paper form. Sure, why not? Knowing nothing about like Super Mario RPG or any of the pedigree of it, and it's just this like very basic RPG with like low attack power, low defense, like it's low to the ground in terms of numbers. So it's
Mhm.
very simple, easy to understand, and um, so it was very easy, like baby's first RPG for me. Even though it technically wasn't, but with Pokemon, you really never saw the numbers. Anyway, um, being
Much
able
like,
to have Paper Mario.
go
Good.
ahead. I was gonna be like, much like Path, you never see the numbers. But anyways.
Yeah. So, like with Paper Mario, being able to engage with its very bare bones story, but also like really cool characters and progression and all of that stuff, then culminating in like the final boss fight with Bowser and all that jazz. Like, it was an incredibly intriguing story to young me, and so now, like, almost like 10, 12 years, like, no, how long has it been? Because that would have been like 12. Oh god, it would have been like maybe 16 years now.
Are you talking about the original?
So Yeah,
Oh
of when
god,
I
yeah, it is
played it
like
at least.
16 or so years. Like if you
Yeah.
initially played it when it was close to coming out. That was a long time
Uh,
ago.
yeah. So, like, having played it back then and enjoyed it and been able to like engage with a lot of the elements, and it's not a huge game. It's uh like it has a decent breadth to it as it's an RPG that goes across like 7 worlds plus the plus Bowser's Castle. Um, so like you get a good breadth of game, and now like having found out that there is a randomizer for Paper Mario through Games Done Quick, um, and then engaging with it again, learned that there is actually so much more inside this game, so many more little secrets and things I never engaged with, like I knew a little bit about the cooking aspect in the game, where you can give ingredients and make new recipes of things, and even give a combination of ingredients and get even more crazier shit. And it turns out that there's like an entire like list of different uh things you can make, and in addition to that there's like a super boss kind of character in one of like the what is it, the fourth chapter of the game.
Yeah, anti-guy.
And anti-guy, god, he was the bane of like little me's existence. That there was this guy guarding a treasure, but he was too powerful that I could never take on. um but it turns out that if you make a lemon candy, that he'll go he will sniff out the candy and go, "Oh, you have a lemon candy. Give it to me. Please. Please. Oh god, it's like so smells so great. Please give it to me." And if you do, he's like, "Great." And then he walks off and starts eating it, and then you can grab the treasure. And like that blew my mind that you could just bypass this guy entirely by like making a thing, and even having like apparently there's this like huge length of tasks that you can do for this like old Koopa in like one of the in Koopa Village, like one of the starting towns that you can encounter. And like it turns out that you can like do small tasks for him, and like I did the first task for him as a small child, and like got a coin back for my troubles, and I'm like, oh, well,
Yeah,
he's
not
not
doing the
worth
rest of
it.
that.
And
Yeah.
then like went on about my day. But it turns out that if you keep doing tasks for him, he will unlock, like in the base game, he'll help you unlock a specific mini game area and be able to play different mini games there that like are ways to help you get more money and do like small time gambling for young children.
Yeah,
Um,
you know, the hooker. Just like time to get you on the road to gambling. Oh my god. Okay.
uh, but yeah, so I never knew that was a thing as a child, that you could like continue on and like have this entire aspect to the game that I never engaged with, and never even knew about until much later. So, like, being able to play Paper Mario again and play it in a way that still feels fresh and new and different, and in some ways, especially with the like with the Paper Mario randomizer Discord, they do weekly races as well as uh, an extreme setting where, like, in the base game, you don't start out with a hammer, but you get it very early on, and you always have the ability to jump because well, you're Mario. How can you not jump? But very recently, they discovered a way to have you start out without being able to jump and
Oh
have it
yeah.
be a progressive upgrade. And so in the very early game, it's like, how do you get around without being able to jump? And it
Suddenly
makes it
legends are
so
a
much
lot
more
more
difficult.
a lot more difficult and a lot more dangerous to fall off a ledge and just be like, "Oh, I'm stuck here now." Wow.
Uh-huh. And so not just not being able to jump, but in combat, you don't have the jump ability, and more often than not, you also don't have the ability to hammer things. So you just have to rely on your partner to fight things. And
Huh.
it creates just this entirely different like way of viewing everything. And it turns out one of the best ways to do that is by having the paratrooper companion that you can see in the thumbnail that Days put up, Paracarry, that if you use his ability, he will help you go up a little bit, so you can get onto certain platforms, but not all platforms. And so it creates this, okay, what can I actually reach? What can I actually do? And I can't hit like coin blocks, so I can't access this stuff. And there's just this whole different dynamic and different way of viewing the world through this randomizer that just makes me appreciate not just Paper Mario itself and like the engine of it, but that it's also able to be so adaptable that you can randomize it in certain ways and still be able to get through it and survive in it. So it's really, it's just really, really cool. I've been enjoying my time with it. And I do think, speaking more broadly, that randomizers are just a great way to be able to reinvest and like reintroduce yourself to a video game that you enjoy, and be able to find a newfound love for it. Um, so, yeah, highly recommend if there's a variety of different randomizers for various games. I believe one of the most popular ones most recently is like the Ocarina of Time randomizer,
Oh
which
yeah.
can go absolutely nutty depending
Everyone
on
loves
how you
Ocarina of
engage
Time
with that.
randomizer. That's just absolutely bonkers, that game. Um so specifically with Paper Mario, I wanted to bring up, have you played any of the other stuff in the series? Have you played like Thousand Year Door, Super Paper, or like, I don't know, Color
Yes.
Splash,
Oh
anything
my
else?
god. So the last one in the base Paper Mario series that I played was Super Paper Mario. But
That's a good call.
to speak of this, to speak of the series as a whole, like I did play Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, and oh my god, is it like a revelation to
Oh
see
yeah.
like an RPG that like takes the tried and true like, oh, like forest fire, like sand, ice, boom, you've got a world and fantasy RPG, but to spin it around and be like, hey, you want to solve a murder mystery?
Yeah.
You want to like become the top dog of a wrestling tournament? Like,
Do you want to be blasted to the moon? Yeah.
So,
An alternate Dark
specifically
World
talking about
dimension.
Thousand Year Door.
I absolutely love
So,
Thousand Year Door.
it is a great game, and I do like. I wonder now, thinking about it, if there's a randomizer for it, and potentially
Well,
I might try looking into that later today or later tomorrow, maybe.
I have tangentially good news. I recently came upon a bunch of modding stuff for Thousand Year Door specifically, And there's not a randomizer yet. I don't think. There might be. I don't actually know. But someone's making a hero mode for Thousand Year Door, which is like, I absolutely love base game Paper Mario. I absolutely adore base game Thousand Year Door. Playing through it a couple times, it does get a little middling, but from each time that I come back to it, I'm a big fan of it. And I don't know if anyone here has heard of Strider, but Strider 7X had some stuff going on. He's currently still not creating content, but he is a absolute font of Paper Mario stuff. And he played through, I think it was Hero Mode and Master Mode, and I think there was a DX version of Master Mode or Hero Mode, one of those. And he played through the whole thing, and it's like the most hardcore you could possibly make Paper Mario base game. So they're trying to do that for Thousand Year Door now, and that happened last month. It came out. There was a trailer for it, for a demo for the first 2 chapters, and I haven't played it yet. I'm planning to at some point, but I am very excited to see that because it is, it looks so cool.
I very well might engage with that. That's... Ooh.
And then, I have a recommendation if you haven't heard of it
I
yet.
have that on my radar.
I have another recommendation. A whole ass game. Have you heard of Bug Fables?
Yes, in fact, I have it in my Steam library and have played through the first boss of it. I don't know why I dropped off on it.
It does feel a little bit. It might be. Were you wearing the hard mode badge?
I did try wearing the hard mode badge for a bit to get that like deeper, much more challenging engagement, and it is pretty cool. Like, it did engage me on that front and was just the kind of difficulty I expected, and was really engaging from that perspective.
Okay, yeah. Because, in my opinion, if you've played any previous Paper Mario games, if you don't play with the hard mode badge, it feels like the game is not even trying, in my opinion. At least until you hit, like, the big boss fights. But, I got through to, I think I was in, like, the 3rd chapter in the desert. There was a desert section. I don't remember which chapter it was. But, yeah, I also dropped off of it. It's one of those things that I feel like you have to just keep going, otherwise you're gonna lose it. But I highly recommend playing through it. I saw Akai play through most of it, and it was very good. For the bits that I did see, I didn't want to spoil myself on it, so I was just, like, seeing it in the corner of my eye. But I really want to go back to that game. Also, has an inbuilt randomizer mode. Like, the devs just made a randomizer for it, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking sick. Oh, man, I need to... Okay.
And...
I'm gonna set the goal for myself to, like, get through it, finish it, just to see how good the randomizer of it would be.
And...
Because that sounds...
It has an inbuilt seed, so if you want to race people, you can put in their seeds and play the same seed.
Oh,
it is very cool.
Wonderful. Like, like, all the kudos to the developers on recognizing, like, something they could do and running with it. That's incredible.
Yeah, so that's another one. It's I really need to make a spreadsheet and a list for games that I need to play and actively just get through, because that's one of them that I'm like, I really want to get through it and get good at it so I can do randomizer stuff, because I have a feeling I would really like it, but I just never did.
So, speaking of, and this is like going further down a rabbit hole, but I swear this will be the last one.
Oh yeah, go for it. No, don't worry about that. Just go.
So, with like making a spreadsheet and list of games to play, which very much sounds like a backlog.
Mm-hmm.
I highly recommend. I believe it was the game architect of games, um, that did a recent uh video on no Daryl Talks Games, a misguided guide to finishing your backlog, and if you
Ooh.
know about Daryl Talks Games, he focuses a lot on, or he used to have a series titled Psych of Play. I think he's like done a rebranding of it recently, but he
Hmm.
talks about how games are built, the psychology behind them, and like how good or bad that can be. And most recently, he did a video on uh, how to think of and uh, challenge a video game backlog. And he is currently and is actively like
There's a link to that.
talking with chat and folks to uh, like describe his journey, as currently he is intending to do to take a full year to get through 1,600 hours worth of a video game backlog that he feels engaged enough to like try, play, and enjoy, and is currently going through that, as well as like talking with people, streaming, I think, um, to show his progress and whatnot. But one of the things that he uses to try to define like how to like catalog and like organize like what to play first, what next, etc., was to take the Metacritic score and divide it by the number of hours that it is listed for, like on howlongtobeat.com. And so just divide the Metascore by like the expected hours to beat, and that is quote unquote the quality per hour of game that you can expect out of it.
Huh.
And like he very much admits that it's not necessarily the be all end all. It is just a tool to try to gauge how like to organize one's backlog, and you could do it in different fashions. When it came up with a couple of my college buddies, like that I'm still engaged with today, uh, like they mentioned how it might like overly emphasize shorter games, and I talked about how like, oh, maybe have like a logarithmic scale of the time to beat, so that way it doesn't overly punish long games. Anyway, that's a good video, and especially for any of you in chat um, that might have a backlog of your own that is a little bit unwieldy, being able to make a spreadsheet using that as a tool can help kind of make it more definable and easier to digest. And in fact, having that moment of like, oh, it is now organized and I feel like something is done, is actually a psychological phenomenon that Daryl talks about in the video. And it's really cool and interesting. And hopefully the year-long experiment will go well. And I look forward to seeing the progress on it.
Yeah, because it's funny, like, coming into streaming again, I had all these plans, and I had planned to do, like, probably double the amount of stuff that I'm doing right now, and that's not happening. Because I've now realized I set myself up for things so often. It's just like, oh yeah, there's all this cool stuff I could do, and then I forget about half of it, and the other half gets done. It's just like, actually having a physical catalog of things to finish would probably boost my productivity to like at least double.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So yeah, being able to have that as an initial like success and feeling of like progress to then catapult you along, hopefully works.
yeah,
And for some people does, other people, not so much. But hey, you've gotta try to find out.
yep. All right, so I feel like we need to start picking up the pace a little bit because now we're like 15 to an hour to. Oh god. Okay. So next up, most difficult games. The games that you find the most difficulty with. You said Fire Emblem and general Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy Tactics stuff.
Yes. So all of those like action strategy games, or strategic games of that fashion, because
Not like an
like
RTS.
in a lot of ways, it's not necessarily RTS. I know I can't play those,
Okay.
but even with the turn-based ones, the turn-based tactic games,
Yeah.
uh, like those, they almost always have these stories that are incredibly engaging, that are about war, that have incredibly deep themes, and are in a lot of ways very engaging on multiple different levels. Um, as an example, with Valkyria Chronicles, has
Mm-hmm.
one of the most like engaging cast of characters and lore and a world and like people interacting, and like the style of like trying to have like a school that develops like these students into soldiers, but then also like putting them into combat. Like, what does that mean? What does that uh like end up causing in the characters' minds of how they interpret the war that they're involved with? And like there's all these different storylines, and especially most recently with Fire Emblem Three Houses, that have um, much in the way of the visual novel storytelling embedded in it, to like talk with characters, engage with them, and also be a teacher. Like there's all these different elements that like I really enjoy and know I enjoy, but in the actual tactics of it, in that like moment to moment of like being able to hit something, make an attack, oh, this doesn't work, try to maneuver a character here to like not get taken out immediately, or oh, I know this one will overcome the weakness of this one, or oh, that guy's using a
Yeah, the
spear,
like
I can't send
ultimate
my swordsman against him. Like,
ultimate rock paper scissors that is Fire Emblem. Yeah.
mm,
Like I see
and like
this
it's a
and my
lot of,
brain goes blank.
yeah, and like there's a lot of elements to this to have to balance and to try to like, because it's not always like taking out all the enemy units. There's also different objective types. Sometimes it's just surviving. And even most recently with uh the Fire Emblem games that have ways to be able to like train your units outside of combat, because that was another thing. Like, I
Mm.
had initially gotten onto Fire Emblem from the very first one back in the Game Boy Advance days, and like if a character died in combat, they were done. They were gone. You never saw them again. There was permadeath for characters. You could only develop a character by putting them in harm's way. And so the dynamic of I need to develop and balance my characters, but I also have this like absolute beater of a tank that I can just use and go to town and know I'll win. Like having to balance all of that in each combat scenario. Like on the one level, I love that conceptually. I love the idea of having to balance all these different things, but I'm just not good enough to do that. I do not have the mental like framework to be able to balance all of these components and do it in a way that like makes sense and is able to like clutch out the victory. And like it is one of the things that I truly believe is a quote unquote failing on my part, that I love all of these different aspects to these games and believe that the strategy, like and maneuvering to be able to be like, haha, I've conquered you, like, CPU, and I'm the victor. Bow down before me. Like, I would love to be able to do that, but
Yeah.
for whatever reason, like, I'll do certain things and then almost always end up either failing, not developing my units in the right way, or like failing in some aspect and then being like, oh, okay, I have to back up. But then realizing, oh, wait a minute, I'm too far along doing these things. I would have to go back into a save that's like maybe like not just like minutes of content back, but like hours upon hours to then like undo and like redo to get my characters back to where I want them, but then I wouldn't like overcome a scenario that happened that I like that I did overcome before but now can't overcome. So now it's like, oh, did I disrupt what I was doing before? And so there's all these different levels of like engagement and balancing that I can never seem to get right. And it is incredibly discouraging to like yeah, it's incredibly discouraging.
Yeah, see, this is why I love card games specifically, because tactics have all of these different tweaks to movement and like pincers and all this other stuff. Like, I enjoyed the concept of like Warhammer fights because it is fundamentally a tactics game that is similar to Fire Emblem and other games of that ilk, but it is a completely different framework from where it is. Like, there's completely different rule books, there's completely different framing for how attacks are made, how all of this different movement works. And in my opinion, like, Fire Emblem is an extremely complex game, but its base systems are too simple for it to like what's the word, like, not it's obviously a popular game and people like it, and I understand why they like it, but in my opinion, it's like all of these numbers and all of this, like I said, rock paper scissors, to the point where you can have a unit just rolling everything, or you could have an extremely complicated, this guy goes here, this guy goes here, and every point in movement matters, but you don't get either of those back to back or in the same breath, essentially, because it's all a campaign. So every part of it varies wildly.
And for some people, that's a positive, that you have to reframe your mindset, like from combat to combat, like because of new encounters, new ways of engagement, new victory conditions. But it's also like just complicated on its own. Like, maybe not necessarily as complicated as like Warhammer in terms of its like minutia of combat,
Oh yeah.
but it's still like, in the grand scheme, in the macro strategy, um like in the combat itself, it can be very simplified for like Fire Emblem, but then you've got like the macro strategy is really difficult, but then also the micro strategy of trying to pick, okay, this unit needs to be here to be able to hit this unit, to be able to hit this unit. Um, it's a lot more, how to phrase it? It's almost like a valley. Like, on either side of the valley, there are these like steep cliffs of like incredibly complicated, like a complicated micro strategy, complicated macro strategy, but in the middle of like the, I don't know, I guess just strategy, medium strategy. I don't know what the word for it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredibly simple, and
The
for a
fundamental
lot of
tactics.
people, that's enough to be able to get into it and then like branch out into the others. but because there is this disparity between them, like, I don't know, it just fundamentally short circuits my brain to have something be very simple but then very complicated at the two ends of it.
Yeah. But there's two games I thought of while we were talking about this. So one is like in the same vein as Fire Emblem. There's also, you said the Final Fantasy Tactics games, but there's also like triangle strategy that came out recently that is in the same vein in a rough setting. There's also like if you go way far back, there's Pokemon Conquest and stuff like that, where it's like we're gonna take Final Fantasy Tactics, but then just put a new skin on it and take a completely different set of mechanics and put them in. And I really quite liked Pokemon Conquest. It's basically Fire Emblem, but also Pokemon. And so you have all the type charts instead of all of the crazy, like, 5-6 way rock, paper, scissors that Fire Emblem does.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. It's quite good. I should look around if there's mods of that game. There should be. There has to be, because it's like it's the one subsection of like Pokemon stuff that they didn't start bringing into other facets, and I'm kind of mad about it, but at the same time I understand why, because it was stuck on the DS. Like actually, now that I think about it, there's also the model game that's on mobile for Pokemon. I forget what it's called, but it's like it has this grid that these models move across in steps. So it's like you have a movement total for each of your pieces, and it can move in X amount of spaces, and it's like it's King of the Hill, I'm pretty sure. So like one person captures this area, and then if you cut off someone at an intersection or get someone in between two pieces, it removes them from the board. So it's similar to
almost like Go in that respect.
Yeah, it's similar to Go. Yeah.
Othello? I don't know.
Or Othello. It might be Othello. It's one of those. I remember there being a game. Oh, there was a game on the 50, like the local 50, or no, what was it called? 51 Games collection that was on Switch. That's very similar to it. It was one of the really simple ones that has marbles in a grid. I'm gonna look up Game House Collection. I'll figure it out. But the other one that came to mind was XCOM, because XCOM also has a similar thing where, again, it's not rigid grid strategy, but it has like feelings of that highly tactical Warhammer stuff, and also parts of Fire Emblem, but also you could just randomly die. Like, it's a very different type of tactics, but it's a very similar vein.
Yeah, and there's also like Gears of War Tactics that's also like very similar to XCOM in that respect. And so really all of those tactics games fall under the same banner of games that I wish and I could engage with and be able to like get through easier, but just have an incredibly difficult time with.
Oh, it's literally just called Pokemon Duel. That's what it was. It's apparently out of service now, but it was similar to Nine Men's Morris. That's what I was thinking of. It definitely wouldn't have got that. But yeah. Definitely. But tactics go all over the place. There's so many different ways to make a tactical game, to the point that there's doubling down, and then there's also like 5 different Fire Emblem type mobile games that do different stuff.
I mean, hell, there's even like Into the Breach. Like, that's a very simplified tactics game, but it is also a tactics game that is also a roguelike, which you don't often see with tactics games, and was really engaging for its time. But again, just something about that style just So difficult.
I'm not trying to find a Pokemon duel. Here's a screenshot. Yeah, I can bring this up real quick to show you all what was up. It's like this. It's a very odd game. Let me bring this to the right size. Oh. It's this very odd little mobile game. And the whole crux of it was it works like the Pokemon card game, kind of. Each little figure has its own stats and its own potential abilities and stuff. And then you place them starting on that middle area or one of the two side areas, and your goal is to surround that center area. And there was a bunch of stuff that was released for this. It had, like, I'm pretty sure it had Megas. It had, I think it had Z moves, actually, too, which is like, what? How do you make Z moves work in this game? But, you also have these little tactics cards. You see this little black card on the bottom right. And it's a stack that you get, I think it's like 3 cards or something like that you get to tweak your overall game state. It was a very interesting little thing. I'm kind of sad that it went away, but I understand why, because they're just like constantly expanding. And then you have, when one of your pieces dies, I think it goes to that area on the bottom right there, that glowing area where you can resurrect them somehow. There was a lot of intricacies in this game that, again, I'm kind of sad that it's gone now, but that's what we deal with.
All things have an end, sadly. Yep. Especially
all good things can go to
service.
Yeah. So we were last on that. Let me fix this now, because I've just messed up my entire thing. Professional streamer. I really need to think about how I'm going to do this later on down the line. Actually have thumbnails for this. But yeah, so there's that. I think, was there another game I was thinking of? Heck, can't remember. It might come back to me. So, we're closing out on the last 4. Oh god. We might have to cut this short, actually. Now I think about it. Yeah, lightning round. So, most emotional that a game has ever made you. That was the next question. So,
yes.
What's your spot? You said there was an Undertale fail state that you were really into.
Yes. So speaking a little bit more broadly, like, the games that I've most emotionally connected with in general have always been like JRPGs, and those because they always have like big cheesy themes and all that jazz to like get emotionally invested in, usually with like found family or about like my friends are my power, which if any of you recognize that as Kingdom Hearts, good on you. But it's a lot of so a lot of those RPGs are stuff that really resonates with me, and specifically with Undertale, and hopefully nobody immediately groans because Undertale has a very active fan base, but
that ain't about to happen on my watch.
Into it and learned about it. So I got into it right as it started becoming popular, before all of the AUs came out. And so this game like has a lot of emotional aspects to it, with its music, its theme about choosing to be kind in a world that might be like that is against you, and recognizing the humanity in those around you. And like throughout the game there's that concept, and especially in what is known as a pacifist playthrough. Um, you learn and interact with the characters in goofy ways, and specifically, there is in the ending sequence of the game, you fight a character that you had only heard about and now have actually seen. And to try to veil it a little bit,
And
you
I don't
learn the
think you
true
have to, but
name
yeah.
of you learn the true name of Flowey, which was Azrael Dreamer, the child of like Toriel and Asgore, two characters that you knew about in the beginning of the game and had learned had been killed. And Flowey basically took all of everybody with him to then be the final boss of the game. And so you're fighting this final boss of the game. Like the music is going full blast. Like Friends Are My Power. Like you fight and like call out to the souls of your friends that have been absorbed by the final boss. And there's like all of this emotion tied into it. And so while playing it, I like in talking about the fail state, uh, I went to 0 hit points and I lost. And so what I'm about to describe happens in the span of like maybe 4 or 5 seconds. But in the emotional roller coaster of this moment, you are at the final boss. You have all these emotions tied into it of your friends and all that jazz. And like throughout the rest of the game, whenever you've died, your avatar, which is this little red heart that flies around the screen, which you can actually see in the R of Undertale, um, which you use to dodge everything. Whenever you die, the heart breaks apart, like goes into two halves, and then splinters into several pieces as the game over screen pops up. So upon seeing like the last hit go and the heart breaks into, like my first thought process was like, oh, just died. Oh, that sucks. Okay, okay, come on. Oh, all right, come on. I refuse to let this be the end. And when it's, as I thought, like I refuse to let this be the end, like I verbally said like I refuse, and then in the next moment, the two halves of the heart start shaking and reform. And at the bottom, it says, but it refused. And in that moment, like, Toby Fox, developer of the game, and I were like in sync of like, no, this is not the end. I'm immediately getting back into it, and like, it then restarted the last sequence of the fight that uh, to like overcome, and ultimately I did. But in that moment of having that break apart and that verbalization of like I refuse, and then seeing but it refused at the bottom of like because in the storyline of the game, like it's all about these different pushes and pulls of will, these contests of will, which is visualized by these hearts. So in that refusal, it is I'm refusing to give up. I'm refusing to back down. And like literally in that moment of seeing like but it refused, I then like shouted, I refuse, and was just like so emotionally tied in and on the same page as the game that I have never in all my gaming career, that is the singular moment where I felt most connected with a game. Um, because again, not just the moment itself of being like of saying I refuse and then literally seeing on the screen say but it refused, but like having that, having the emotions of all everything culminating in this point of like the music popping off and the fight itself being like a visual spectacle. Just everything culminated and like peaked in that one moment for me, like emotionally speaking. And I don't think I will ever engage with something in quite the same way as Undertale did in that moment.
Yeah.
So
There's not much more to say there. Yeah, Undertale is just fucking great.
no, it's a good game. It has a lot of external baggage to it, but it is in and of itself a great game for anybody that knows the RPG tropes and um, has that emotional connection to them and um, is on board for the subversions to it, same as you would get with Earthbound or Mother 3. Like, yeah, it's a very good game.
Yeah. Also, now that I think about it. Well, there were two tangential things. One that I don't think actually ties in very well, so I'm not going to mention it because we're running low on time. But, Eastward. Have you played Eastward?
I know of it, but I have not actually played it myself.
Okay, cool, do that. That's it. That game's very good and has a similar kind of friends along the way, the bonds that we've made story. It's very good. It's not necessarily...
Yeah, I will put that on my docket.
It's not necessarily, like, as friends along the way, but it is very empowering of, like, kind of, like, what was it? Found parenthood or whatever?
Or
It's
found
kinda,
family, yeah.
Found family, yeah. It's very found family. Yeah, that's about that.
Okay, I kept flip flopping on like whether or not to like get it, so yeah. At your
Highly
recommendation,
recommend.
I'll.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, duly noted. Added to the Steam wish list.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah, that's about it.
Right.
There's another one that I'm
Okay.
gonna probably bring up in a future.
Next question.
No, I'm gonna log that for a future interview. Yeah. Comfort games. We're gonna finally start getting to the end stuff. So, comfort games. You put down Hearthstone, Slay the Spire, Vault of the Void, general digital card games. Feel?
Yeah. So, with like a lot of card games and their aspects of being much more or generally like with a lot of card games being like played with other people, and especially coming from a more personal note, one of the games that my family tends to play whenever we get together and want to have a good time and do something, we'll play a game called Sets and Runs, and that really defined in me that like card games are my comfort game. In having that kind of history tied into family. So, and then coming off of that, getting into Hearthstone and having that, or well, taking a step back. First getting into like Magic the Gathering based off of a recommendation of a friend back when I was in Dallas at my first job. Getting into Magic the Gathering, then getting into Hearthstone because of that, and then from Hearthstone, finding Slay the Spire and Vault of the Void, and finding that roguelike card game, and really having this kind of almost solitaire-esque feeling to a game. having like cards to then beat up monsters in Slay the Spire to ultimately fight the boss, and so too with Vault of the Void. And then having in dungeon runs, being able to like craft the deck and then just kind of pull stuff together to try to make something work uh, to ultimately win any given run. And so, like, the ability to pick up and put down each of these like roguelike card games uh, just are very easy for me to pick up, and especially with these that are single player, have that solitaire element of pick up, play for a bit, and then put right back down and do something else or do chores or whatnot. Or even while watching a video essay and just listening to it as I like play the game. It's just very soothing and easy for me to go through and play it. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why they're my comfort game.
Yeah, I have spent many an hour just zoning the hell out playing like anything Slay the Spire related or well, recently my most like egregious zone out was when I started picking up Horus Heresy, because I started doing a Warhammer 40k kick, and I found a channel, Wes Hammer. He does a bunch of lore stuff about the various like species and like notable moments of Warhammer lore, and I spent like 6 hours just sitting there playing the game. And it's a more traditional constructed card game, but it's just like 30 cards, Hearthstone mana system, slap the other dude, and it was really good. The game's like very slow on giving you new cards, but it's fun to just zone out and battle, you know?
Yeah, and that like and I talk more about like roguelike games that are more solitaire-esque, but for games like Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, or like talking of the online one, Magic the Gathering Arena, like
Yeah.
being able to play against somebody else and especially be able to see like entirely new builds or different stuff that's like could be like red deck wins and it's just simple, easy, fast, or it could be this like overly oppressive control and I just have to understand that like no, I need to disengage from this entirely. They're the fun police and this is not fun. Uh or the best kind, which plays like me, of throw everything into a deck and let's see what jank happens.
Oh, do you just
And
like are you talking like five color good stuff, or
five color good stuff. It could be like, oh, I just like speaking of Magic the Gathering, like blue green big stuff goes big,
yeah,
and
some
like
good stuff?
that's
That's
all
good.
I need. Or like a black deck where it's all about graveyard recursion and
Yeah.
like, oh, you thought my stuff was dead? Nope, it's back, baby.
Yeah, that's good
And
stuff.
uh, so, and there is something also to be said for that deck building component that you see in Slay the Spire, Vault of the Void, in any kind of constructed format, or even in some limited formats of card games, being able to modify the deck and uh, mix and match. Like, there is a certain level of strategy to it, but I guess I've played enough like card games just over time that like I can just mostly turn my brain off and just be like, "Yep, this goes with this, this goes with this, this is how this needs to be balanced," and slap it in like give it a good slap of the button, see how far it runs. Um,
So, really quick, I want to interject. So you're big on just throw something together, see if it works. I
yes.
have literally the perfect single player card game for you then. Have you heard of Collective? I think. Oh no, you were on the Collective stream. Yeah,
Yes.
you should play more
Yes, I
Collective.
was on the collective stream. I
Duh.
should. I should.
I'm just like, wait a minute. All right. There's that. There's also oh, what was the other one? I mean, Duelist isn't active yet, but if you've heard of Duelist, they're doing a remake of it, and it looks very good. And I heard that they successfully did their Kickstarter, getting like, I think it was like 250% of their goal. So they're doing mobile as well now. They're doing a bunch of crazy stuff with that.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, that's about it. Play more Collective. I really need to play more
will
Collective
do.
too. And get you in on my card game possibly tomorrow if you're available. I meant to ask you about that.
Uh,
We'll see later.
well, we'll talk after stream.
Yeah, we'll talk later. Next thing, because we're running up on half an hour left. So, good bad games. What's your favorite good bad game? You said SA 1 and 2.
Yes. So, SA
Sonic
or
Adventure.
Sonic Adventure. So they both Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. Like I got into them when they were on the GameCube. Since they originally came out for Dreamcast. So I played them when it was the director's cut for Sonic Adventure, and then for SA2,
SA2.
like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
Oh yeah. Love it.
So I got into them around then, and like, so Sonic, like, with Sonic being a franchise that was originally based in 2 dimensions, to then have Sonic Adventure be this first real adventure into 3D. Like, yes, there was Sonic 3D Blast, we don't talk about that. But like, this was the first game that was like real big installment of Sonic, and it is janky as all fuck. There's a lot of gravity and like on rails segments for some of the loop-de-loops and other like big bombastic set pieces that if you don't do exactly right, or if you don't just hold forward, they just completely break apart. And very visibly breaks apart.
Yep.
And that's with just the stages themselves that are these like I don't want to say traditional Sonic levels, but are very much a Sonic level of you start at one place, get to the end, and hey, you win. So you get that in the stages, but then in the rest of the game you have this like, oh, adventure field, and you're like either in the city, or well, there's in the city, and yes, there's a city with like just regular people that you can talk to and are driving around in cars, and it's really like just immersion breaking to see Sonic standing next to like a grown-ass woman. And
yeah,
like, this was back in a time when graphics weren't necessarily all that great, and so these human characters are also just like not really well rendered. And yeah, I could go on about that, but so you have these like fields that you then do like either a small thing here and there to unlock the next stage and then get back into the game. And so you have all these like little almost like not RPG-esque, but like story based, like, oh, you gotta unlock the casino by getting a ring ability that, or the Lightspeed Dash, to then like activate a trigger to Lightspeed Dash up to this little uh like circular thing on the top of the casino, and then you unlock the doors and can go in the casino, and like then do the stage there, and
Yeah,
it
it's just
has
like
its
all
own
these instrumental things that
hell.
you need to find that are just scattered around literally everywhere. That's just like, oh yeah, you can't do this until you find it. We're not gonna tell you where it is.
Yeah, it doesn't telegraph much well. Um, and also the voice acting is just it's not the worst. It is not the worst voice acting that Sonic has ever had,
It is the
which
most
is
solid
saying
B
something.
voice acting.
Uh, but it's still not necessarily great, and but the story itself does have this like grandiose reasoning behind the Chaos Emeralds.
Mhm.
Like it ties these Chaos Emeralds to something, to a big prophecy with chaos. This like almost omnipresent
God, Chaos
being
is such a cool character.
that can wipe out the world if it gets all 7 Chaos Emeralds. But then it also turns out that like Chaos has this like interesting backstory with like having like this like connection with Chow's, and it's like how it's basically its home getting burned by these like uh ancient Echidna race. And like there's all this story that's tied up in Sonic Adventure that is actually like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. And is also
Huh.
like cheesy as fuck, but it's just it's cheesy in just the right ways that only Sonic can provide.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I never actually watched or played through the entirety of SA1. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, actually wait, yeah, Takal is there and all this other stuff. Oh my
Hmm.
god.
There's like
SA1's
all
a
this
nutty
stuff to
game.
it.
Yeah, and then in
And then
SA2
you've
you have
got
the Bio Lizard.
yes. Although that's getting ahead. You have like
Yeah.
so you have initially that like Sonic is captured by like the police question mark?
Yeah,
Like it's some
Sonic's
organization
getting
called
captured by the
GUT.
police and just jumps out of a helicopter. It's such a good way of starting the game.
It is such a great way to start the game. But like you have this like dynamic with that of like, okay, Sonic is fighting the police, but then like you cut to a military base, and like there's also an entire like not just a storyline with Sonic and like not just like Sonic but also Tails and Knuckles. Oh god, I didn't even talk about the other characters with the original Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, the
Like you
original
don't
has a
just
whole
play
bunch of
as
other
Sonic,
stuff going on too.
you get to play up to like 6 different characters. There's Tails, there's Knuckles, there's Big the Cat.
Fucking big.
Uh,
The big
like
stages.
you play as Amy. You even get to play as like fucking one of like Robotnik's like robots that ends up being this incredibly emotional story of this robot that is trying to find
Oh
its
yeah!
purpose.
You
But
do play as Omega
and
in the
is
first
like
game, don't you?
fighting all of its brothers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mega
I
is in the
completely
first game.
forgot about that.
And and you fight like all of its brothers, and the first brother that you defeated like comes back and is trying to prove that it's better than you. And like you fight it, and then like you like Omega realizes that not only do each of them have this uh like birdie or like animal inside them, like in the canon of like Dr. Eggman and all of his robots, they almost always have some kind of animal that helps power them or helps utilize them in some way.
Yeah.
And so you find out that like Omega, the robot that you've been playing as, has like the like child of these 2 birds that have been following around Amy, and like Omega at the very end chooses to self-destruct to like ensure that the baby is saved and is returned to its family. Like, how do you like just
How is there
there's
not writing like
I'm
that
getting
in
emotional
current day
just talking
games?
about this
Yeah,
story, and it has been decades.
yeah. Oh my
Like
god, I never actually put that together. I was like, wait, oh right, Sonic Adventure 1 exists. Now I remember that Omega exists, all this other stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I never played this game, but now I need to.
yeah, so like there's all of this cheesy stuff in Sonic Adventure, but it also like plays it in a way that is just right for Sonic, has just the right amount of like edge, but also comedy, but also like all these different elements that make Sonic the I mean, you can see the design of Sonic on this Sonic Adventure like
Yeah,
cover art. Like, yeah, like
he is
you get
definitively
all you
what
need
he
to know about
is.
the personality, but yet it also has, it does truly have a heart to it.
Yeah,
Um, and then like shifting into Sonic Adventure 2, like having instead of being like so many different characters, you have two different campaigns: the light campaign and the dark campaign. With light being Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, and then on the dark side you've got Dr. Eggman, Rouge the Bat, and the first appearance of Shadow the Hedgehog in all of his edge and angst. And uh like the dichotomy of characters, uh and like their varying storyline, the way that the story just goes batshit insane from day one,
mm-hmm.
from escaping the police to blowing up an island to launching to the moon, or rather to a satellite station, or rather even before then going into like Egypt and in the desert to find uh a secret like
Yep.
missile launch pad to then go to this satellite that is actually like an ancient or not ancient but like a decades old like space station that was built by Dr. Robotnik's like grandfather, and to blowing up the moon,
Yep.
which, by the way, there's also like Snapcube has like a fan dub of
Absolutely.
like Sonic Adventure and
Yep.
Sonic Adventure 2. They're great, a lot of fun. I still listen to the rant from Dr. Robotnik in the SA2
It's
fan dub,
legendary.
like every like 2 months or so, I will listen to that rant because it is just so great. Um, anyway, getting back to the game itself, like it has this dynamic, especially with Sonic and Shadow, of an original and then having this life form in Shadow that is like specifically made to be the
A
perfect
better
life form
copy.
and trying
Yeah.
to, yeah, which if you go in depth with the lore, it's because like Robotnik's grandfather basically found the legend of chaos and how there was going to be a hedgehog that then fights and overcomes chaos. And so Robotnik's grandfather was like, you know what? I bet I can make that. And basically forced the prophecy to be about Shadow, but he failed. And there's all of this like angsty story about Shadow and uh, this. I forget if Maria was a like the daughter of Robotnik's grandfather
I think
or
so,
was somehow
yeah.
related to him. Um, but then a dynamic of like Maria and Shadow and that whole dynamic. Um, so Sonic Adventure 2 doesn't have like as emotional of a story as I talked about with the first one, but
But it is
it
nuts.
does have, but it does go nuts. It does go nuts with the story. It does have like an interesting cast of characters still. It also has some cool levels and design concepts. A lot of people don't necessarily like Tails or Dr. Robotnik stuff, but you can
Yeah.
leave that be. I still think that like the music in really both in Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are bangers. And I still listen to some 41's Open Your Heart and like Escape from the City. I still listen to that stuff religiously because it is just so heart pounding and like, yeah, of like remembering my youth, I guess.
Hell yeah. I just had Pumpkin Hill like revolving in my head this whole time.
Right. Oh god, that's what it was called, Pumpkin Hill.
Just all of the fucking the Knuckles stages just supplanted.
But like Sonic, I don't chuckle. Like, it's got
so edgy.
It's such like 90s edge, but like in just the right way. That you either were part of it and part of that era and understand, or you know of it and like look at it like, wow, what a different time.
Oh my god. Okay, so I have two things for this one real quick. First is you mentioned the Snapcube dubs, good, because those are amazing. I need to go back and watch through the rest of those actually. I haven't watched the entirety. But there's a series that I stumbled on way back, very cursed. If you don't want to see any amount of cursed content, don't look this up. But it's Sonic Adventure, specifically Sonic Adventure 2 repainted, where it's basically a Snapcube dub, but they had their community completely retexture the entire game with whatever they wanted to put into it. It is an absolute chaotic mess, and it's hilarious. If you know Cold Steel, if you know Cold Steel the Hedgehog, you know what you're looking for. It's absolutely chaotic and cursed and ridiculous. Just look up Sonic Adventure repainted. You'll probably find it. But yeah, there's that. And then if you've never watched the SA2 speedrun,
looking that up.
If you've never watched the SA2 speedrun, do it just to see the like the space gravitation level get absolutely skipped. It's hilarious and it's so wild what they do in that game. Like you can roll, like you can like rev so quickly that you can just jump over a kill box and finish the level. It's amazing.
Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, I've got to look that up.
Yeah, that's just like, I'm pretty sure that's a base game SA2 thing, but it's like one of the most like deadly speedrun texts that I've ever seen, and it's amazing. Yeah, and oh yeah, side tangent, if you've not played Generations, I'm assuming you probably have. Have you played Sonic Generations?
I think I did, I'm trying to remember which one specifically. No,
Generations is the one with the classic and the... Yeah. Highly recommended. Because, well, even if just for, like, seeing the Chaos fight, at least look that up. Because the Chaos... Like, Chaos's design in the modern style looks so cool. And also,
okay. I'll make a note on that.
The remaster for City Escape. Duh. I don't know why I blanked on that. City Escape, the remaster is really cool.
The City Escape sound.
The truck goes up.
Sorry?
The truck goes up. It's a rocket-powered truck. It's great. Yeah.
I have concerns.
Don't.
Hmm.
Just don't. Just watch it. It's great. Yeah. Just God, I want to break that up now. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna find it right now. We're gonna watch it. It's great. I love it. Let's see here. But yeah, while we're doing that, we'll get to the last question, which is game you've had the most time in. This is specifically to be like, what do you think of it after all these hours in it? Is you said Hearthstone and Hollow Knight.
Yes, so I think just because of like the amount of time played and especially in looking up like strategy guides because like any game as a service is probably going to take up the most amount of your time in looking it up in trying to figure out okay, how do I build for it? How do I like get as much out of this game as possible? And with Hearthstone having like all the different build guides, budget decks, etc., to uh, drive yourself to like get better at the game or figure out how the meta is looking. Um, that's probably where I've put in the most amount of hours into to just play like all the various different styles from arena to standard constructed to dungeon runs to basically all of the different content back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that like even now with all the other games that I have in my library, it's like in terms of like my total time, like in terms of like my total gaming career, like Hearthstone probably like encompasses like 6% of my lifetime gameplay
That's
of
impressive.
games. Like that's just not just like how much of it I played and how much I've like looked at it and all that jazz, but just how long a term I've played it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that just kind of comes with like games as a service. Like I imagine anybody that is gotten really in depth into any MMO, um, that invests like a huge amount of time with it will probably say like a similar amount or probably just be like the only game they play, especially for like what is it
Yeah.
like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. You know, could be like Path of Exile,
Yeah. Yeah. Warframe. Yeah.
Warframe, yeah. Uh,
Just
so
1 year completely gone. Yeah, I feel ya.
so yeah, I think uh, it embodies a lot of my time, and but thinking more in terms of like a singular gaming experience, it would probably be Hollow Knight, because of just the world itself and a drive very early on when I played Hollow Knight to not to look up as little as possible to
Mm.
just explore the world and engage with it on its terms. Like when I played Dark Souls and other games like that, I almost always looked up something to like try to ensure that I had a viable build and viable early game to find what I wanted and needed. But with Hollow Knight, with it being a Metroidvania and that also being a great love of mine,
Oh
that
yeah.
genre, like with Hollow Knight is in being a Metroidvania, you just have like your nail and a handful of spells that you gather over the course of the game, and just everything after that is skill and exploration. And I think probably one of the moments that was the most interesting for me was when, like, at about, say, like the midpoint of the game, or probably closer to like the first quarter of the game, um, you find and you find what is called the Dream Nail and get that to be able to access um, different uh, like the dreams of the world, and specifically in acquiring that, and actually no, I don't think it's needed for that. For anyway, the
Hmm.
one of the moments that was like most interesting for me early on was in finding uh, the Scarlet Troop. Um,
Mm.
is that their name? I feel like I'm blanking on their name. Oh
I think
god.
that is their name. If you're talking about like the circus arena people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, so like they are hidden away in like this uh top of the world, like the top left side of the map, basically, hidden in a cave. And no, I do think you need the Dream Nail to be able to see the beacon itself in the back.
Hmm.
But um, so like in finding this just little cave, and then like finding this thing, being able to hit it, seeing it move, and go like, oh, okay, I'm going to hit it more, and then see this thing come to life in like red fire, and go, oh, I just released something.
Love when that happens.
Oh no.
That's definitely
And
not bad,
then,
right?
and thankfully, like you go back to Dirtmouth, the like the starting town of the game, and like it's just a group of crazy folks have arrived, and like just having this, and it turns out it's an entire free DLC that was released for Hollow Knight.
Yeah.
Um, like this entire free DLC that is all like gated around finding this singular like hidden cave in like
Huh.
a bizarre corner of the map. Hmm.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah. So like it's just all gated behind that, and then it has an incredibly interesting like story behind the characters of it, of this traveling troupe that seems to like imply that they all travel via dreams, and
Huh.
are called wherever like consciousness exists, basically. um and you have like a little bit of a small like mission to like get a little companion that helps like kill things, and uh like the Grimfly, which is really cute, honestly. That you help grow as you like go out and gather the red flames that are in the field once you equip the charm for it, or the Grim Child, not Grimfly, Grim Child. Very cute, by
Right.
the way. Um, and so you like find these different things, and then come back and like then fight the master of the troop, Grim himself, and he's just this incredibly interesting character because unlike a lot of the characters that you face before, this is one of the first ones you find that truly like defines combat as being this like as being this dance, or a contest that is more about the performance between you two rather than like trying to win. Like that's the sense that I got from it, and from the lore. And it is this like it's a really cool fight. There's all this stuff tied up into it, and there's even a second harder version of the fight that you can choose to do later by going into the dreams of Grim himself. And uh it's a really cool fight. really good. I never actually beat it, but there's like all of this lore, all of this stuff behind it that uh like you could just completely miss. And in addition to like so there's not just the Scarlet Troop that is this like incredibly niche DLC lore that you could very easily miss. There's also the entire God Home DLC, which is basically intended as a way to have a boss rush and um or not just a boss rush, but also have like these harder versions of all of the bosses that you fight in the game. And it's hidden in a literal junk heap. Like, I think the place is literally called Junk Heap, and
Huh.
you need a key to be able to, like, just this random simple key that you can get, and they even, like, put an extra one because of it, behind another boss or something. And, like, you then go in and find this pantheon, these like entire like race of creatures that all believe that that bosses are essentially their own gods that have their own ideas, conceptions, and everything. And uh, so you have like this entire group that is all trying to attune themselves to these gods and their powers to then be able to ascend themselves. And in that, you can uh, go through their pantheons, fight some hidden bosses that you would never have been able to fight before. Um, and just all this cool shit and all this cool like challenges that you could impose on yourself. And there's even like a hidden uh suffice to say a hidden horde mode of sorts
Hmm.
that you can find that are all about a certain very annoying character, and you get so many different ways to be able to kill versions of that annoying character, and it's great, but also sucks, but also
Wow.
fun, and like, and it's like a hidden thing in a hidden thing behind like a hidden like story quest with the character to be able to even find it. Like, holy smokes, there's so much hidden shit behind this game. Like,
Yeah.
it is absolute madness to try to like decipher all of it yourself. And like, huh. So,
That's
there is all
wild.
of that. And so, if I can just expound a little bit more specifically about one point in the game that truly made me understand that no, this is a game I'm going to love, that I'm going to put time into, and that I will sing its praises to the end. And it is a very early on boss fight that you don't even have to fight. Um, but it's one you can choose to fight very early in the game, called the Mantis Lords.
Hmm.
And so, very early on, you find this Mantis village that um, very much seems to all be about like a warrior society. That
Right.
they're all about fighting, they're all about this, that, what have you. And so, if you go through, you get a Mantis Claw, which is a very needed ability early in the game, and you open up the bottom of the village and are able to go down and see uh, the three Mantis Lords, which are all sisters on three pedestals. And in fact, if you like pay attention to the background, you notice that there's a fourth pedestal that's broken, which is a lore thing that you can actually find out later is tied to the Traitor Lord, which is a whole other lore bit, and a whole other boss. But
Hmm.
specifically with the Mantis Lords, you can challenge them, and once you succeed, you can then proceed into what is called an area of the map called Deep Nest, which is an absolute fucking nightmare and should never be visited. You would probably feel right at home. Um,
Oh my god.
but but uh, the fight itself, um, when you challenge them, like you pull out your nail, the Mantis Lord stands up, and the one of them, the sides drop down, and it's like a cage match. And
Huh?
one of them pops out and then starts fighting you, doing some like spear moves and jumping around, throwing some like chakram basically around that spins and flies. And so you're able to fight this one off and like learn the pattern, and like you get through it and you take one of them down. It's
And
like,
then
okay,
drop
great.
7 more in the cage.
No. So,
Okay.
the other two do then stand up and then take you on at once, and they even have combo moves that are
Ooh.
very similar in the way the first one did it, but they are all very well telegraphed moves. It's all very like the fight is very well done.
Mhm.
Like I think I only lost twice on that fight, but it was such a well coordinated, well set up. It had a lot of good telegraphing of all of the components of the fight that you can expect, and there was just this understanding of the
Hmm.
fight and the mechanics that and especially since it's a very early on boss fight, it will probably be the first one you encounter that challenges you, but also challenges in you in a way that makes you understand this is how the game goes. This is
Right.
how the game works. And it is just beautiful in how simple it is and how well it telegraphs this is the game, do you accept? And I very much accepted.
Hell yeah. All right then. Oh. I still haven't like a lot of things on my or not on my wish list, but in my library, I have gotten and have played very little of Hollow Knight, so I'm planning on playing it at some point, and now I want to do it earlier, but I can't because I got so many other things to play. Definitely going to be doing it next month though,
Yeah.
at least.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be fun. Oh man. I don't really have any notes for this. Just like I know the Hollow Knight's great, and I've heard from literally everyone that it's great, and I need to play it.
Yeah, and like there is a lot of stuff about Hollow Knight that in its lore and its setup as being a Metroidvania, like just as much as like I talked about the Legend of Zelda series being one that I very much enjoyed because of uh, its ability to gather tools and then um, like
Like prepare and
go
execute
out into the
on
world.
things, yeah.
Hollow Knight, mhm. And Hollow Knight has this like level of understanding that is needed, but also execution. Like there's such a high skill ceiling, but also such an expansive world. Like there is so much to this game, and so much that was added to the game since
Hmm.
this was like originally just kickstarted and
Yeah.
done like by two people, with like additional resources assisting, um, like to a certain degree, but like largely done just by two people that then released 4 sets of free DLC to make this game culminate in where it stands today.
Mm.
And not just have like the game itself, but there's also like a randomizer community, speedrunning community. There's
Yep.
various different endings you can get to the game. Like there is so much tied into this game that
Oh,
is absolutely beautiful.
I actually
And
have two things to add on now.
like, yeah, one last bit.
Oh,
Um, so in a way, like Hollow Knight is one of those games that, like, with how there's so many different games that one could point to when saying like this is art or this is um, like the pinnacle of gaming or of like what would one like lift up as being like this is like essentially the gaming Adonis, like the perfect example of gaming and what it can do.
mhm.
And in my opinion, Hollow Knight is very much that because it gives you so much in so many different aspects, but also gives you like it gives it all in a digestible package of like cuteness. Like look at that character. Like look at the knight himself. Like
Yep,
he's just like he is a black body with like uh small
with
like
like a stag head.
yeah, a stag head and like two like blocks for eyes and a nail, which as a weapon. Like it
Which you don't
is
even see half the time.
incredibly yeah. So like it's just like it is in my opinion one of the quintessential ways to embrace and understand video game. Like it is not your first game. It should not be somebody's first game. And if it
Yeah.
is, God help you. But it is what I believe is
Download
the
the easy mode mod.
pinnacle. Yeah. Uh that reminds me of one I like recommended to a friend to start with Celeste as their first
Oh god.
platforming game. And yeah, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
I recognize it. But
Should have said Demon
yeah.
Turf. Unironically, Demon Turf is a very good first platformer, I think. It's very hard
Yeah,
though.
probably. Huh.
Have I not told you about
No.
Demon Turf?
That's the one with the
With Beebs, the
checkpoints that
little
you can place anywhere, but you
yeah,
can only have 3 of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's getting free DLC. I'm very excited.
I mean, hey, games with free DLC, there's just like they hit different. I don't
They
know
do.
what it is.
I mean, look at like Slime Sand from the same dev. It's just like, oh, all of the DLCs and they're reasonably priced. But yeah, there's that. Actual points. Have you heard of Sundered? Sundered.
I know I've heard the name at one point, but I know nothing about it.
If you like Hollow Knight, you'll probably like it. It looks like an old, well, it looks like Treasure Island. Like it looks like a classic comic Disney film. The entire thing.
Wait, do you mean Treasure Planet or Treasure Island?
Treasure Planet. Like, you know,
Okay,
that semi-rough comic. Yeah. Look it up and put it in your wish list. Like that is you should probably do that. It's the entire game's premise is you are a nomad who was out in the desert searching for a relic. You get snatched up into an alternate dimension and you get given a tesseract as your weapon. So you have this like shard of darkness and it like transforms and mutates when you attack and it looks so fucking cool. And it's a combo platformer. So it's like Hollow Knight-ish, but it has a skill tree, it has alternate weapons, it has a bunch of crazy shit, and it's really good. I've only played like probably an hour or two, but I really want to put more time into it. It's so good.
Noted.
And it's all about Eldritch Horror. So, you know I'm not biased, but it legitimately looks like it's a Treasure Planet like Disney film. It's so cool. It's like, what if
Okay,
Disney
that
decided
is
to make a
fucking dope.
what if Disney decided to make an R-rated horror movie that was an action flick? Oh my god.
I'm on board.
Yeah. It also goes on sale for like $5 usually. It gets really cheap.
Oh, nice. All right.
But yeah.
Wait on that then.
That's my last thing. Do you have anything else to add? Because that'll be the end then, and then I'll show the thing at the end that I was gonna bring up during the SA2 bit.
Sure, sure. I think one of the like just to kind of bring home the whole discussion of this like games and history, or at least in my personal gaming history. I think this has been like really good to look back and talk through a lot of the games, and I think I've honestly even learned, like, despite answering some of these questions ahead of time, just to like frame uh,
Yeah,
the
frame all
interview
the
that we had,
discussion.
like, yeah, to then really talk through some of my choices and talk through it with you. I think I really did like learn a little bit about like how I've made some of my choices and why I do some of the things that I do with uh like I love RPGs, I love storytelling in basically all of its forms, and being able to uh kind of track some of that history through discussion with you, like from all the way of like my first video game and Pokemon Blue through some of the games that I played in high school to some of the formative ones that formed a lot of my emotional understanding and emotional mindset now with Persona 5, with Undertale, and all of those. It's been interesting to kind of walk through that history and that timeline and how I've come to the understanding that I've got now with video games and where I'm at.
Yeah.
So it's been good to talk it through, and it's been a good time just gushing about all these games that I love and also some games that I don't, and here's why.
Yeah. And then subsequently bringing up a bunch of other games that you potentially like for other reasons. It's great.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this was good to talk through it with, and yeah, it's been fun.
Now, I have a potentially like empty question, but also, did any of your like answers to these questions change over the discussion? Like, it's obvious that like the top favorites and all that kind of stuff isn't going to change, but like, would there have been things that you would have said differently, or like different choices you would have made?
Um, I think in talking through some of these that like the favorite game franchise, like I didn't even touch on the Tales of series being
Oh
one
yeah.
of my uh favorite RPG franchises, and I could have gushed about those instead of Zelda. But I think in talking through the Zelda choice, it really solidified how like it was such a foundational series for me that like nothing can overtake it, despite as an example, Tales of Symphonia being like one of the first true long form JRPGs that I ever played, and was also like foundational in its own way, but not as foundational as like the Legend of Zelda series was for me.
Right.
So, in a way, it almost feels like I could have changed. Like, I was kind of flip flopping on my decision before, but now I feel like I'm more solidified that, like, yeah, Legend of Zelda is one of my favorites, and for good reason.
Cool. I think That about wraps it up. Is there anything that's coming out that you're very excited for? Like, I know right before
From
we
what
started this, there
is
was Dwarf Fortress that came out today.
Yeah, Dwarf Fortress came out, and that's gonna be like, that's good. Um, I think one of the ones that's coming up, or at least like, I don't know when it's going to come out, but the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster, like,
Ooh, yeah.
since like Suikoden is supposed to be such a foundational or such a like widely regarded RPG series for its time and having like such a diverse cast, I think being able to find that and uh, play through it will be like, I hope that the remaster will do it justice and be like, oh, that's gonna be so cool. I hope. Um,
Mhm.
Especially since I don't know much beyond that it's a good series, so I hope that it can be like getting back to some of the JRPG roots. Um, Another one that I'm looking forward to is, I know you mentioned Wario World at some point, and did you ever play the Wario Land series?
Yes, all of it. Vehemently.
So, do you know Anton Blast?
Hey, guess what? I got Anton Ball in the last sale. I fucking love it. I can't wait. I literally can't wait. Give it to me.
Yep.
I
Just
played through the demo like
it
5
looks
times.
Yep. Just looks so good.
Anton Blast looks
Of
so
course,
good.
also looking forward to Silk Song.
Mm-hmm.
Um Eventually I hope, like, I talked a bit about how I got into visual novels through Persona 5 and its ilk. And in fact, one of the series or one of the games that I found through that was the cyberpunk bartender action of
Valhalla.
Valhalla.
Yep. I've seen Valhalla. It looks
So,
really fun.
uh, there is there is a sequel to it that has been talked about
Ooh.
before, but the release date has been like unlisted now.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's ever going to be a thing, but like,
Fingers
if
crossed.
it does become a thing, I would be so down for it.
Yeah. You brought up Suikoden. I remembered that Live A Live came out on Switch, and I was like, "Oh right, that's a remaster. Is that on? Is that on Steam? I haven't actually checked yet, but that one looks like it'd be up your alley. I heard very good things about it.
Live a Live.
No, it's
I'm
not on Steam.
blanking on what that is.
Um, it's a it's an intertwined story of like 7 different characters from various points in time. I don't know what the actual like core of it is, but I know it's very story based, and it looks like it has a like kind of uh I was gonna say Chrono Cross, that's not it. But what's the first game called? I'm blanking.
Chrono Trigger?
Chrono Trigger, yeah, kind of a Chrono Trigger style combat
Huh?
with like area attacks and like movement
Interesting.
and stuff.
Okay.
And it
I
has a
would definitely be down for that.
yeah, it has a 3D style with pixel graphics thing like Suikoden's remaster does, and I'm very excited for that. I'm really glad that there are games coming out that are remastered in that style, because I absolutely love the
Oh, it's
style of
originally
Octopath
by
Traveler.
Square.
Yeah,
The original was like by Square back before Square Enix was a thing.
yeah, it's
Huh.
SquareSoft. Yeah, it's really old.
Hmm. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Um,
Oh, wait,
Obligatory
what?
pop off about Path of Exile's new patch coming out this weekend.
Yep. So another one that I had thought was just on my radar and upcoming but turns out has been released, is Frog Detective 3.
Oh, right! Shit, I forgot that came out this month. Yeah, that...
It came out back in October. Like, October
What?
26th, apparently?
Oh god,
Like,
I'm
yeah,
way out.
I just
okay.
missed it.
Yeah, Frog Detective. God, that series is so silly, I love it.
It's so silly, so dumb, but like, and especially ever since
Lovely.
like, there's a YouTuber I follow, called Playframe that does a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of good history behind the guy who runs it, Dan. But he also played like Frog Detective 1 and 2, and I'm really hoping he plays Frog Detective 3.
Yeah.
Alongside his wife. Like, they're an adorable couple.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's just me kind of just rambling at this point at the end of a 4-hour stream, 4-hour, 15-minute stream.
Yep. It's midnight. That's fun.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much done. We're just
I'm gonna
rambling.
start the raid thing, and I'm gonna bring up this, and we're gonna watch that real quick. Because, oh my god, this is hilarious. I just fucking love... Okay, where is it? Not that, not that. There it is. There's the picture-in-picture. Bring it out, right? So this is the sequence I was talking about in Generations. It's just, this is City Escape. You know how that works. It's, you go fast, and it happens. There's things that happened. Let's see, where is it? I'm trying to find the actual tab that has the audio in it so it doesn't get weird. Alright. This is what happens as you go down City Escape.
Huh, okay.
There's the truck.
There's
right?
the truck, sure, right.
Yep, you're going fast. You're doing the boost things.
Wait,
it has saws.
Hold on. What?
Yeah.
What?
You know, the truck has saws. Gun. Gun does gun things. And then, I think it's right here.
Gun does gun things.
That's coming up still. Gun does gun things. There it is. It jumps after you. It just clears buildings.
Like destroy.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
It's just
my brain
jumping.
is trying to interpret this as like.
And then it goes sideways on the wall. Yeah.
Okay. There's a part of me. Okay, the raid
Oh,
actually.
I completely. Yeah, the raid went. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. Professional.